we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the lots. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No, don't box me in. I do my own thing, spirit is right within. I got my own way, violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do, words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go.
شوت ام 24
في همام للقوة للانتصار من زكريا.
كروس جيمنج وحش.
What's up, guys, and welcome to day number 5 on phase number 1. My name is GEEKAY, and I'm going to be taking you through all the action here today. Of course, it's going to be a very exciting day in PMPL Arabia for the spring split. As we know, right, the first phase coming to a conclusion. We are going to be heading into a little bit of that Livik action later on today as well. But now we get to see what the teams are going to be bringing in this final day, right? We've had 4 teams having a phenomenal day on each of our respective dates, right? We've had RTG, we had the players of R8. We also then saw NIGMA having a phenomenal day yesterday. And of course, on day number 3, it was the players from GEEKAY who really stepped up and performed like absolute legends. But no, I think looking at what we've got today, it is going to be a big one because, of course, we have a few teams still on the board who are in need of a few points. But as we know, we are going to be taking a look at a few of the stats, a few of the breakdowns as we get ourselves prepped and ready to roll into our very first match. So I'm curious to hear what you guys' thoughts are. Let me know what you think the outcome of today is going to be. Who do you think is going to be the first team to find that winner chicken dinner once we step over in towards Livik? Of course, quite a lot to look forward to. Before we get to Livik, we are going to be playing through our usual 5 matches. But it is going to be quite the bit of a lineup that we are going to be working with here. Of course, curious to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. Now, based on what we saw just yesterday, of course, yesterday we had Coops be our MVP of the day as well, coming through with about 19 or so eliminations in total. So a very impressive play that we had. But of course, also then speaking about that, we had the players from NIGMA really capitalizing on the day, walking away with 35 eliminations to their name, 24 placement points, and a grand total of 59 points earned on day number 4. So a lot that has been played for. But as we also saw, we've not yet had one particular team dominating on a particular day with regards to winner chicken dinners, right? Each day we've had a different team taking the victory on each of our maps. But of course, GEEKAY, they've been showing some pretty strong consistency with regards to that. They've been able to secure themselves 3 winner chicken dinners already. RTG, of course, also then sitting on 2. We had the players there from Slime Machine, then also sitting on 2 winner chicken dinners. In fact, 3 chicken dinners. So slowly we are seeing a little bit of a gap starting to be created here. Another impressive thing that we've also seen is the consistency coming through from Team Falcons, especially on day 1 and 2. Day 3 proving to be a little bit more challenging. Day 4 pretty much the same. But of course, first up, we are going to be taking a look at NIGMA. As I mentioned yesterday, they had a phenomenal run, a phenomenal day. As you can see, those 35 eliminations coming through from them. Great result in comparison to the previous one, of course, where they only managed to find themselves 17. So I love how NIGMA were able to double down. And if you remember yesterday, I was saying, round about that day 3, day 4 point is where we see a few teams really ramping up their performances. I think at this point, it is pretty safe to say that that is exactly what NIGMA has been doing, really looking to ramp it up. Right, they don't want to really allow too much of a barrier to be potentially created by any of the opposing teams. But as we know, today is also going to be a nice balanced day. So there'll be a lot to look forward to. The teams, again, will have the opportunity to really focus on consistency, right? We won't have one particular map dominating as we had yesterday. Of course, yesterday was our Erangel day. But we also then have that lovely Livik that is going to be trickling its way through. And of course, as per usual, moving into the first match, GANGSTERS, R8, Falcons, and W7 are going to be only joining us on that second round. So there's going to be a lot of pressure coming through. But of course, just a phenomenal day. I mean, Coops yesterday playing a serious game of hide and seek. As you saw, Coops holding onto that vehicle for the longest time. And only once they decided to get out, that is when we saw those first few hits coming through. So if there's any particular team that you guys are supporting, give them some love. Show them some love in the chat. The more support you give to your team, the better they perform out on the battlefield. If you don't believe me, try it. Give them shout-outs. Show them some love. And you'll see they are going to be starting to perform like absolute legends. Whether that's true or not, well, we don't really know. It remains to be seen, but give it a shot. We'll find out soon enough whether or not that is going to be the case whatsoever. But of course, as we know, right, NIGMA really proving to be quite a force to be reckoned with, coming through from the previous season as they had an exceptional run throughout that league stage. But of course, another team, as I've mentioned already, Falcons, right? They've been showing some pretty strong consistency, especially looking at the performance that they had come through in those very first 2 days. Day 3, day 4, a little bit more challenging for them, but still not a bad day. I mean, Falcons yesterday secured themselves a grand total of 29 points in total, walking away with 17 eliminations for the day. So not a vast shift that has come through, but of course, right on that 5th match, they were able to jump up 4 slots to secure themselves the 6th place for the day. So I love the consistency coming through as the teams are going to be looking to drive it in as best they can. Of course, Falcons currently sitting up in 4th position with regards to the leaderboard, but they do so without holding on to a single winner chicken dinner. So who knows? Maybe day number 5 could be the day in which we see the Falcons really spreading their wings, right? Rising to glory and getting a beautiful opportunity to present itself. I mean, looking at the way that they've been handling themselves across the map, really showing strong efforts yesterday. You can see a lot more calculated play. Not quite sure what happened on day number 3, but definitely for Falcons, day number 1, 2, and 4 so far looking pretty good. If we look at the performance that they brought through on day number 3, I mean, there we see the Falcons having a little bit of a tough run. They went all the way down to only 8 points on day 3. So it's great to see them really looking to bounce back yesterday, but of course the opportunity continues moving through today, right? So there is going to be a lot of work, a lot of focus that needs to be put in to ensure that that is going to be the case, not only for a team like Falcons, but also, as we saw, coming through for the side of NIGMA. Another team that's been performing, as we've already mentioned, is going to be the side here of GEEKAY. On day 3, they had the best play, finishing on a grand total of 57 points for the day, walking away with 36 eliminations, secured the highest count, the highest tally of the day. They moved into yesterday. I mean, again, not a major fall off, only 5 less points than they had, still maintaining some pretty strong consistency with regards to those placement points. Eliminations, close. I mean, they walked away with 27, so not exactly a runaway play, but still some good efforts coming through. As you can see, the bit of a spread there coming through from Gaze, definitely sitting with the most damage to their name as well as the most eliminations. So curious to see how all of that is going to translate as they move into this day, which is going to be, I think, a very exciting one. But I'm also expecting quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of heat to find its way on through. And of course, speaking about heat, right, for our very first match, we are going to be venturing over into the lovely Miramar to kick off the proceedings. I see a few shout-outs coming through for RTG and NIGMA in the chat. The best team of the PMPL apparently is going to be RTG. I mean, yesterday they did find a 19 elimination chicken dinner, so you might not be far off with that. I mean, it's still early days, so we are yet to see who's going to be looking to push the envelope to the next level. But 19 elims, that is a pretty steep count for elims. GEEKAY also just looking so proficient with the way that they handle themselves. Of course, as we saw, Santa Hope really just ripping it up on our lovely Sanhok from yesterday. And Santa making it look so effortless. So really excited to see how all of that is going to translate moving through, right? Yes, 19 eliminations. That is absolutely insane. But of course, if you're joining us in the chat, wassalamu alaikum, hello, and welcome everybody. Yes, it is the day number 5, right? First phase about to come to an end. Well, that means also then another exciting part is that as we move over into Monday, is it Monday? No, Friday. As we move into Friday, getting my papers all mixed up here. As we move into Friday, that is going to be the start of the next phase, heading into phase number 2. Of course, now we've been seeing a little bit of love come through for RTG, and here is their breakdown. Groza coming through with a bit of a carry with regards to the damage, sitting on an average of about 2 eliminations, as well as 1.25 average assist, I believe that is. So some pretty strong figures being held here by RTG as well, and of course, a really strong survivability coming through on their end. So Grows are definitely going to have a great opportunity here to showcase a lot of that talent. I'm actually surprised to see that Kalaga's not sitting exactly on par with Groza. I would have thought that they would be pretty even with regards to that. But hey, you know, it is what it is. Kalaga definitely been popping off from what we've been seeing over these past 4 days. So I love the kind of expectancy that these teams are looking to create. But if we look with regards to the damage factor, right? The highest placing RTG player that we have is in fact going to be Kalaga. The overall damage that they've been able to find so far. So, yeah, I'm curious to see if we are going to be having any more of that looking to step up. Oh, no, wait, that is damage received. Let's go to damage dealt. That probably makes it a little bit more accurate when I say these things. But in the meanwhile, well, yeah, it still kind of maintains the same consistency. It is going to be Kalaga who's been able to, at least for the side of RTG, deal the most damage. Currently sitting on about, well, 4,844. So that is a pretty steep number coming through on their end. So, yeah, they have to really grind it out to see what it is going to translate in towards. I believe we could either be taking a look at another team's breakdown, or, of course, we could be hopping straight into the overall rankings to see where the teams find themselves, in case you forgot of what it was just yesterday. So it is going to be quite a bit to look forward to, right? As phase one, I think, kind of sets up a bit of a opportunity for the teams to build consistency on. So there is going to be a lot to push towards. And of course, speaking about opportunities, we have our top performers out of the lobby. It is going to be Gaith, Pablo, Krups, Xenox, and Volt. With Gaith really leading the charge on that. As you can see, the most average damage as well as eliminations, those are conversions. But Pablo really managing to just hold out with regards to surviving. Just beating Gaith there by about 7 seconds. But still a very close call. I would put Volt also right up next to Gaith with regards to the amount of damage that they've been able to just serve out. But Gaith really raking in those eliminations, as you can see. RTG, the best team, that's true. We don't know, Docs. No, we don't know. We'll find out at the end. So there's only one way, right, for us to know whether or not that is going to be a truthful statement. The end will reveal all, right? At least we'll know who's going to be the strongest team points-wise when it comes to the end of this phase. Of course, that is kind of the point of day number 5, right? To see where the teams are going to be finding themselves and how much carnage they can actually bring through. Of course, as I've already mentioned, we are going to be starting off with Miramar, but you also have a nice balanced day, right? So we're going to be having 2 Miramars, 2 Erangels, that one lovely Sanhok, and then, of course, concluding the day, moving over in towards Livik. So again, it all comes down to pacing, looking to see how the teams are going to be able to uphold themselves. And speaking about pacing, let's take a look at the leaderboards. It is going to be GEEKAY currently holding on to pole position. RTG then locked into second. No major change coming through after yesterday's matches. First and second, relatively unchanged. GEEKAY, of course, NIGMA rather, closing up the gap, 1 point behind RTG. You can see the Falcons also advancing a little bit further up into 4th position. Holding nice and steady, but due to the movement coming through from NIGMA and Falcons, we've seen the players from RTG move down into that 5th slot. Of course, taking a look at the second page, Triple also stepping up into 16th position, swapping places with CONQUEROR, who we'll see in the next page. And the same thing happened with GANGSTERS and ONYX, as they've been just grinding their way on through. But it's very interesting to see some of our chicken dinner winners sitting all the way over onto the second page. So, as we know, right, that also then means that chicken dinners, they don't necessarily mean all that much. Sure, there is sometimes a prize they get for the chicken dinner, but I think at the end of the day, it comes down to consistency, right? Sometimes a team finds themselves in the right place at the right time, and that allows them to have a great opportunity to get that winner chicken dinner secured. But of course, as you look onto a team like Falcons, for instance, right, they've been showing that consistency day 1, 2, and 4. They've not yet had a single chicken dinner, but they are right there up in the top 5. So that speaks volumes as to the capability of a team like Falcons. Now imagine if they are able to add in those winner chicken dinners. It's going to be absolutely insane. GEEKAY, of course, holding on to the highest elimination tally in total so far, 93. Now, that has pretty much been the culmination of the performances that we've had across the board. Now, for today, we are going to be starting it off on Miramar before heading into Erangel. Then we play our final Miramar of the day before heading into our only Sanhok, followed up by the last Erangel. And then it is time for Livik. So this is going to be an interesting one because, I mean, Livik is a very small map in comparison. I mean, it's a little bit smaller than Sanhok. Of course, it is going to allow for some really hot and sweaty plays to come through. So now we've been changing it up ever so slightly, right? In the previous season, we had the lovely Vikendi come through. This time, we are going back into Livik to keep the teams on their toes, right? We want to see where all the heat, all the action is going to come through. Of course, several points of contention, several points of interest that is going to be finding its way on into that map. But of course, before we get into any of that, we are going to be looking at the average damage and eliminations for our respective teams with regards to the map of Miramar, I believe this is. So Team Falcons definitely going to be holding on to a very strong point, as you can see, sitting with an average of 6.57. Now, if you convert that into, if you times that by 8, that puts you around about on 46 eliminations that they've been able to secure so far. Vikendi better than Livik. I mean, yes, it's a completely different map. Both of those maps, of course, having very specific weapons that drop on them as well. I think the interesting part about Vikendi is that it is very shotty heavy with regards to spawn. So I don't know if that's exciting enough, having everyone have a shotgun. I mean, we kind of see that on the other maps as well, but that is because the teams purposely look to go get those. But on a map like Vikendi, you do find a lot of the UMPs as well as, or SMGs rather. A lot of SMGs and shotguns. But you want to see a few of those ARs, a little bit of that bolty action come through. I think now that is where Livik really has a lot more of a balanced approach coming through. It's easy to find the ARs as well as the bolties alongside those SMGs and shotguns. So I think there's going to be a lot to look forward to as the teams are going to get a bit of an opportunity to flex there. But as we know, moving into Livik, only a few teams are going to be having the opportunity to play it, right? Only the top 10 teams, top 12 teams are going to be able to set their feet up in Livik to show us what they can bring on through. But of course, now enough talk about Livik. It is now time for us to get ready for Miramar, as we are going to be hopping straight on in. So if you have any predictions with regards to flight path or zone, now would be the time to get those predictions in so we can see how accurate you are at kind of reading what the map is going to be throwing at us as we are hopping straight in. Flight path, of course, is going to be starting up at La Cobreria, as we can see right down below. A lovely position there for the crater fields. Ooh, so a slightly more northeastern flight path finding its way in here. But I mean, this is actually playing out quite favorably for a lot of our teams, as we don't have any major squads dropping down into a position like Valle del Mar, Minas del Valle. I mean, Chumacera, yes, we know we always see people going there. Same for Monte Nuevo. But again, right, just hopping in a vehicle, you could easily get yourself situated down south. So it's not going to be too much of a hassle to get that secured. We'll see a few shoutouts coming through for NASR, a few shoutouts coming through for NIGMA. Of course, Twisted as well. So curious to see the Livik burger map. I'm not quite sure what you mean by burger, but you know what? I'll take it. Do I get some fries with that? Or is that a different story? In the meanwhile, we wait to see where our first initial zone is going to be delivered. Will it be complementary to the flight path? Is it maybe going to pull over on towards that southwestern side? We don't know quite just yet. But we are going to be finding out very soon as it goes down to the southern edges. Now this is going to be a whole lot of spice finding its way on through already. The elimination starting to fly as IKURD and ONYX Ravens get right down to business up in La Cobreria. But for the teams that like to move up into Los Leones, of course here I'm referring to ARB champions as well as, well, Sly for the time being and KR. This is going to be a beautiful setup. They don't have to really move anywhere. But I think the more interesting part is going to come through as we see those later shifts, right? Is the zone going to center up? Is it going to really focus in on Los Leones? Or is it maybe going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works, right? It could move down into that space between Chumacera and Los Leones. It could go down to the coast. It could go anywhere. Yesterday, we did see a very persistent zone with regards to the military island. So not quite sure if this is going to be the play to make. But in the meanwhile, let's see how our teams are going to be looking to get themselves saturated and situated. As we do have a nice little bit of tranquility here for ONYX Ravens. There's only one player from IKURD held in the vicinity. Of course, it is Golden, who you can see now just going for a bit of a jog. Best way to get rid of a bit of moisture. Right. Go for a jog in the desert. You will get so dehydrated that you wish you never did it. I mean, at least that's the case for me. Right. But that's why I don't go jogging in the desert. There's a really good reason for that. In the meanwhile, we got Brute Force. Also taking a bit of a sightseeing trip here. Enjoying the scenery, looking at the mountains. Very cinematic approach that they are taking. But curious to see what Miramar is going to hold for the side of Brute Force. Because as we know, Brute Force being one of our really strong contenders when it came to the map. Securing themselves 7 winner-winner chicken dinners in the previous season. This time around, Miramar has not been kind to them. Definitely has not been kind. But hopefully that will all change. Hopefully they'll be able to find themselves a little bit more success as they go about their business here. I mean, Falcons, on the other hand, they've been having a phenomenal run. But as we know, this being match number 1, Falcons being in Group E, they are not going to be out on the battlefield. Of course, they are joined, as I mentioned before, by R8, W7, and the GANGSTERS. Next, X. Also, looking at the performance that we've seen on Miramar so far, I mean, it does leave a bit of room for improvement. But this is only the first stage. So there's still a lot that they can bring to the table. I mean, they've been showing some good consistency when it comes to the map. They've been able to secure themselves 15 eliminations. Exactly the same result as we see for the players from the ARB champions. But then we look over onto a team here like Twisted Minds. I mean, things look a little bit different. Not drastically different, but different still. As Twisted have been able to secure themselves 29 eliminations and only 4 placement points. That is it. So they've been having a little bit of tough time making it into those later few stages. RTG, I mean, they've not been struggling with anything. They've already found themselves a winner-winner chicken dinner. 38 eliminations as well as 23 placement points, earning them the second highest position currently held for Miramar. But it's still early days. So we know there is a lot that can still change. Asking if Twisted Mind can make it up into the top 5. Are you talking about in the total event, or just in this phase? Because looking points-wise, I mean, that could be possible in the phase. Overall, for finals included, there's no way to tell. It is way, way, way too early. But coming through with the amount of points that they have, I mean, it's not going to be impossible. It is, however, going to take a lot of focus and determination for them here today. So they can't falter on anything, right? They have to keep their eyes locked in, maintain that focus, and just be absolutely relentless. I mean, the barrier currently for top 5 is 121, as we can see at the top of the screen. They are sitting with 90, so that is 31 points. They could easily accomplish that in 1, maybe 2 matches. I mean, 31 in 1 game, we've not yet seen that in the stage. Especially not this season. The closer we came to 30 was 29 with RTG and that 19 elimination winner-winner chicken dinner. But yeah, if you are consistent across 2 maps, that is definitely something that a team like Twisted can accomplish, right? They can still move themselves all the way up into the top 5. But I see the teams now making their arduous trek. No one really going to be looking to play any major upset at this stage. We did have our first elimination, of course, happening right at the start of the match, when IKURD lost their player to ONYX Ravens. But aside from that, we've not seen anything else. ONYX Ravens, in the meanwhile, they have disengaged from La Cobreria, just making their way past El Pozo now, heading towards the zone. CONQUEROR Iraq going to be making a play for that southern position. So that could be a very interesting rotation. We got Brute Force kinda on the edge there, deciding whether or not to rotate south or just maintain the position on the main island, or the main land part. Next, right behind Brute Force. So there is a little bit of a chain reaction that could happen there should either of them decide to jump into action here. Alright, so looking at that zone, IKURD still having an immense distance to travel. Not quite sure what the approach is coming through for the side of IKURD. I mean, all the points that they've been able to find so far was purely based on eliminations. They are yet to secure themselves a few placement points when it comes to this map. But especially looking at that delayed rotation holding off so far into the blue, it's not going to make things any easier, right? That could really fast track their approach to get taken out quite early on, either by the blue or by any of the opposing teams as they finally make their way towards that zone. ONYX Ravens about to dip their toes into the zone itself. Triple now coming through, rotating out of Puerto Pareso. Again, not looking to be in any rush to get themselves situated. Ooh, the sprays are coming through. RTG. RTG. What are they going to bring in? The highest performing team currently on this map out of the teams that are in the lobby, right? But here we go. Alright, so again, not a crazy send coming in from either direction, as the teams are still slowly taking it up. Again, not full sending it. A lot of caution being practiced at this stage. So Vision not going to try and overextend anything. I mean, there's no reason really for them to do anything crazy at this point. Aside from RTG, Vision also having some pretty good luck when it comes to this map. Out of the 6 that they've played, they've gotten themselves that one winner chicken dinner. So showing some pretty good consistency. KR also, it's even having some decent stats. I mean, sitting on 37 total points, 23 of which has been a result of the eliminations. Here we go now, Quest. Ooh, trying to bring him on back into the fight, already losing that first. Now with KR applying the pressure, things are not necessarily going to be all that easy for Quest. But we also then have the zone centering up on towards Los Leones. So there's a very high probability that we could be looking at a bit of a city finish. Now that is the kind of play that we've not really had come through just yet across our 8 Miramars that we've had to date. Goose now also not going to be backing off, looking to just find a little bit of an opportunity onto the side there of the Brute Force squad. But NIGMA holding a very wide split. You see Crips and Lord up on the one edge as we take a look over on towards the eastern side of the zone yet again. It is going to be Vision also now trying to create a bit of an opening. KR holding the vantage point there onto them. looking to leverage a little bit of that gatekeep opportunity. But speaking about gatekeeps, neither ONYX Ravens nor the players here from NextX are going to be pressured into any gatekeep positionings. Instead, they still need to find their way up in towards that zone. Oh, there's the spray though. Laith getting a beautiful hit. Up comes the push. It is going to be Dexter trying to blow that vehicle up, but unfortunately, instead, it is Dexter that will fall. Now, next, down to only one. As their hopes get crushed. ONYX Ravens fortifying that initial push. Ali from IKURD also rather deciding to disengage. It's not going to be worth the hassle. Got to prioritize that zone positioning. IKURD going to be looking to play the long game here. Also going to be looking to potentially secure themselves a few more points. As I mentioned before, they need those placement points. So they can't really afford to get into any major altercations, at least not now. I mean, if they do, they have to ensure that they are not the team who falls. A nice little bit of a play onto the edge. As next is down to Mexico. ONYX Ravens pushing through. IKURD about to crash in on towards NIGMA. Ooh. This could be a very, very costly play. Golden not going to have the opportunity, but instead, Lord is met by a little bit of those long-range hits. Not going to be sticking around too much. Quick reposition is also then the end of the players from Next. They're the first squad to fall. IKURD going to be holding on for dear life. They've rotated up into the lion's den. And NIGMA going to try and defend it as best they possibly can. Now, you can expect that that is going to be a very heavy defensive play. But instead, it is going to be Ali finding this hit onto its Freak. And NIGMA now having to change up that initial approach. Down goes Lord as well. Oh, a very costly play coming through for NIGMA. Coops, Rauf. They tried to pick up the last few pieces. But ONYX Ravens also going to come pushing on in. So IKURD not exactly out of the frying pan. As the heat still remains. 15 teams left. Not a lot of space to work with. We also have RTG and ARB getting ready for a bit of a showdown. ONYX Ravens looking for that push up in towards Los Leones. I think the zone might be giving us a bit of a northern shift. I just have a feeling that that could be the case. Hopefully I'm wrong. Well, most of the time I'm wrong when it comes to, you know, the feelings as to where the zone could be shifting. But of course, speaking about the ONYX Ravens, they are in hot pursuit. And we're looking to try and close up Coops along the way. I mean, especially now with Coops out of the way, that could alleviate and open up so much opportunities. But instead, ONYX Ravens faltering a little bit on that one. Now it is reliant on Saleh, I believe. Yes, looking to hold on. They're not going to be able to get the res in onto R. As well as the rest of the team. Saad also not going to be able to make it out. So a little bit of a crushing play for the ONYX Ravens. But of course, well, this is just the initial play that has been delivered down on them. IKURD also still holding on. Ali at least sitting with that elimination to their name. ONYX Ravens, though, sitting very comfortably on 5. Essentially leaving the charge with regards to the aggression that we've seen so far. Over towards the eastern side of zone, it is going to be triple and brute force. Oh, Bandar. Bandar getting taken on down as Freepon locks it in, secures the spray, and down they go. But now triple not yet looking to get themselves rotated out. Of course, there's no reason at this point. We are still waiting to see where that first stage is going to be taking us. Right, a nice little bit of a standoff here. Teams trying to decide which way they are going to be looking to push it. Is it going to be worth the hassle? But of course, now all will be revealed as the Zorn is getting ready to pop. Oh, yes, it is indeed going to be Los Leones. I have been wrong with my prediction with regards to the zone shift, but you know what? That is going to be fine. Slime Machine, Brute Force, Triple now have the opportunity to really try and get themselves really solidified and fortified moving in here. GEEKAY also yet to make their push in. As you can see them on the approach coming through from that western side. We got Twisted coming through from the northern approach. So for Twisted, that could be a beautiful play. Seeing that they've got a lot of ridge lines to utilize to get themselves really squeezed into that position. Twisted, of course, yet to get a runaway performance. Vision keeping it nice and quiet, holding on to that two-piece. The scrum, PK going down a little bit earlier on to Pok. So I guess to see how they are going to be looking to push through this next stretch. Slime Machine, though, I like the spread that they're starting to take. You see them just up ahead, really dispersing themselves all throughout the different compounds, different elevations, ensuring that they can mount quite a bit of an assault should they spot the opportunity. Saleh now going to try and play for that zone positioning. Fortunately, not a long way to go before Saleh will be making it up in towards zone. Unfortunately for the ONYX Ravens, NIGMA also focusing on their very own rotation. So different strategy coming through from the side of NIGMA here. Not essentially what we've been expecting to see come through. But NIGMA going to be looking to play it for the long game. We still have 15 teams up. Oh, Saleh locks it in. Finds groups. Here we go. The confirmation is in. Oh, and it is very short-lived as Saleh goes down. But they did the deed. Right, they got the play in. And, of course, J9 hitting that nail in the coffin. GEEKAY making their hold up into the western edge. As CONQUEROR now look to play a little bit of that 2-2 split. See Crazy J9 holding on to this initial building. The rest of the squad over towards that eastern side. Here we go now. Twisted trying to push up as well. Again, I mentioned before that moving in from that northern territory is going to allow them quite a bit of terrain to utilize to get themselves much, much closer. Ooh. And they can actually continue on with that trend now as the zone is going to be relatively kind to them. Again, not forcing any major vast rotations. They can kind of just continue with what they've been doing so far. Just looking to inch their way up on towards the high ground. And this is where all that positioning is going to be of utmost importance. You can see the players there from Quest position just off in the distance. Oh, you got to watch out though. They are going to be starting to make a bit of noise. RTG already perched on high. They'll be looking to just leverage that blue bottom that they are holding on to. Dami now getting traded. Crypto AZ really having to find a way to get themselves out of this situation. Of course, the first initial approach is going to be looking to dash right into Zoran. Similar to what CONQUEROR Iraq are doing here, pushing through from that southern edge. Of course, they are met with a bucket load of aggression. Quite a bit of lead now being sent across. Let's see if Specs Nade is going to be able to bounce in. Ooh, it gets really, really close. Ooh, I think that one could overstretch a little bit. It does find Shaco, though. Crazy, also getting traded. So Spec needs one more. Oh, there goes J9. Tiger could get punched out. A nice easy lob over the top. Down goes 2. But Shaco has been rezzed up. The Conqueror still having a bit of a fighting chance. Spec now needs to be careful not to overcook those nades as Tiger gets traded. The rush is in. The finisher is there. And that is Conqueror Iraq getting taken out in 14th. Phenomenal play coming through from Spec. Twisted yet to make a strong play here. They have been able to secure themselves those 2 eliminations. They have been seeing quite a bit of a spray sent in from the side. They have RTG holding on to that blue bottom. Ooh. But again, RTG not the only team looking to play that elevation. So very tough call that needs to be made by the side of Twisted. RTG again waiting for the opportunities. You can see Rio scouting out the vicinity. But the more immediate threat for the side of Twisted here is going to be the side of KR. As you can see, Bashikta and the rest of the crew now just making their way through that warehouse. AZ does get traded as Galaga capitalizes. Again, playing from that beautiful reach they've got. Quest could be presented with a few opportunities as Galaga follows up with yet another one. Finds Evo Station. Now it is down to Dami and Crypto. Oh, great lineup coming through from Al Hajj. 1 down, 1 more to go. Oh, a little bit of a vehicle explosion goes a long way as Crypto is about to bleed out. Down they are. So Twisted down to a 3-piece. Might be a potential 2 unless they can get that res up into AZ. But Evo Station Dami now going to have a really, really tough time as the zone has sent it up a little bit more to that southern edge. Again, not an overly aggressive shift coming through. There's still quite a bit of ground for them left to cover. As you can see, just over 100 meters to go. Again, a beautiful look at that nade coming through from Spec before they stepped up and closed the door on Conqueror. Beautiful placement on that. But now the team's slowly starting to trickle their way up in towards zone. GEEKAY yet to move up. Slime Machine and IKURD also yet to make that decisive push. Oh, but the nade work here from Spec just looking so phenomenal. How'd he do over the wall? And that is all you need. Now KR and of course Quest getting ready to show a bit more of that aggression. The shots continue to fly up onto Ali. Oh, Bashikta trying to set out a smoke, but it's not going to be worth it. Instead, they could maybe look to reach up to Al Hajj. It will be short-lived. Down they go. Kante now looking to capitalize. Twisted Mind also now applying that pressure. Yep, Hassan running out of time. Running out of health. And that is going to be it for them. But now, Quest in a great setup here. They could definitely look to capitalize, find the rest of Twisted. You can see utilities starting to fly on through. Evo Station now just holding steady, looking to maybe just stay out of harm's way. Oh, but Dami will get traded. Down they go, and that is Twisted out of here in 10th place. 4 elims to their name. RTG starting to take a little bit of a spread. As you can see them up towards that northern side. Now focusing their efforts over on towards ARB. Osama getting absolutely obliterated. GEEKAY going through with a bit of a helping hand there as well. Brute Force though, nice and quiet up in towards center zone. Quest now receiving a little bit of the medicine that they've been dealing out. As we got Vision ready to jump in from the edge. Molly's utilities, everything now getting deployed all over the place. But it's not over yet for the side of Quest, right? They do have Mon securing that foothold. As you can see down towards the south, things are looking pretty dang sweaty. As you got Sly looking to get themselves situated. GEEKAY looking to make it very, very contentious. Of course, north is where a lot of that pressure is going to come through as well. Quest now finding themselves in a very tough spot. Kante trying to make a play, but with a low health bar, there's not much of a play they can make. Alhadre also getting traded. As Saif locks on in, up comes Volt. Looking to get the confirmation secured. Mon still going to be holding steady for the side of Quest. RTG now looking to play a bit of upset here as Rio goes down. Galaga moving up. Groza trying to keep up that suppressive play. Trying to pinch Mon in the building, but Mon is not going to have any of it. Up comes RTG. Oh, Galaga in a world of trouble. It's up to Riva and Groza, but Mon looks to be determined. Not going to settle for anything less than success as the hits continue to fly on in. RTG now reduced down to 1. Mon on an absolute rampage, already sitting on 5 eliminations, 8 in total for the squad. There we go, Mon securing number 9. Now the table's turning completely on the side there of RTG. Brute Force still in this match, holding on with that 2-piece, but down goes Mon. Volt. Oh, getting the opportunity. So Quest now having to settle for 8th place at least, doing a lot of work with those 9 elims up. Up comes Raouf, down goes Sleazy. Oh, Fashe trying to defend, looking for headshots. Santa right behind. But a quick little cheeky spray from Raouf does secure elimination number 5. GEEKAY looking pretty confident at this point. The only team with a full squad. Oh, Raouf, that animation being absolutely disastrous for them. Now, Vision going to be looking to just go on a bit of a rampage here. It is up to Saif to hold the name true. Hey, there we go. Triple goes out. So we have 2 solos, a duo, and a full squad. That is what our final 8 players consist of. Saif now not going to be settling for that. They do find pre-bot, but down they go as Mind stops them in their tracks. Signs the letter and ships it out. GEEKAY now in a phenomenal opportunity, essentially going up against 2 potential solos. Yep. With pre-bot down, all the pressure now rides on Mind, and down they go. GEEKAY steps in, secures themselves the victory, the very first winner with a chicken dinner of the day. Absolutely amazing. Doing so with a decent dose of eliminations as well, coming through with 7. So not exactly the craziest finish that we've seen, but still a very valiant effort being brought through by the side of GEEKAY. So chicken just tastes so much nicer when it's well, a hot and sweaty one. So well done to them. Don't try that though in real life. I wouldn't advise it. But either which way, GEEKAY picking up yet another one to add to the tally. And of course, slowly but surely, GEEKAY starting to build up a bit of a position with regards to those chickens, right? That was chicken dinner number 4 for them. So a glorious play. A lot of strong efforts being brought in, of course, for the first match of the day. As we know, getting ready for the second one, we are going to be venturing over to a little bit of that Erangel as we saw. So there is going to be a little bit of that translation coming through with regards to the zones and how the teams could potentially look to play it. Not exactly a direct translation, but still a translation nonetheless. So there is going to be a bit of an opportunity. But speaking about opportunity, we need to see what the map ranking looks like. How many points our respective teams were able to secure. So from what we know is that we saw those 9 eliminations, rather 7 eliminations come through for the side of GEEKAY. Well, so before I start making up numbers, let's take a look at it. Brute Force stepping up as well, securing themselves 2nd place with 10 points in total, 4 of which is a result of eliminations. GEEKAY, though, really working hard You see, securing themselves those 9 elims. I mean, that was just such an impressive play to see come through from Mon. But as we take a look at the second page, there has to be someone that gets sent back empty-handed, right? Unfortunately, it is going to be the side there of NEXT. But Spec, oh, you gotta respect this, right? Just so great with the utility. All the placement. Fortunately for them, I mean, they got the job done before they ran out of it, right? And last night they sent out doing what it needed to do to secure the points. Of course, IKURD also getting dealt a bit of an interesting one here today. Really getting reduced down to 2 quite early on. So that did limit the options that they had to play for. But Mon, right, not needing any excuse, just stepping up, letting it rip and doing what they do. And of course, great capitalization here from Santa. I mean, a very unfortunate play there for Raouf. Unfortunately, that animation to get out of, it just takes such a long time. Just enough for a bit of a spray to find its way in. I mean, that didn't stop there, right? Santa going on an absolute rampage. But of course, you can see GEEKAY doing so much work with the most eliminations here, coming through on 1,700 damage that they've been able to deal. I mean, GEEKAY finding the best conversion rate, milking 7 elims out of 1,346 damage. So not a lot of wastage going on that. And Vision also quite aggressive. Unfortunately, not fighting too many elims. Same can be said for the side of RTG. NIGMA, also very strong effort, finding those 5 eliminations, dealing quite a bit of damage. But as we could see, right, they would have liked to have a little bit more, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? First match now, essentially pretty much concluded, right? There's no more changes that can be brought in as to the teams are going to be making their way through. But of course, we get a bit of an opportunity to take a look at our damage stat, well, the MVP players, essentially, right? Who brought in the most elims, the most damage, etc. And then, of course, after that, we are going to be taking a look to see what the overall rankings look like and how this match then impacted everything. I do believe at some point today, there is going to be a opportunity, maybe a chance that we are not going to be looking at the overall rankings. Still looking to build up that suspense as we progress. But of course, for now, we are going to be taking a look as GEEKAY now step up with a phenomenal play. As you can see, the amount of eliminations they've been able to get is, well, pretty much the equivalent of Vision's total points. So very, very impressive there from GEEKAY, sitting on 173. If they continue on this trend, they are going to be hitting 200 by the end of the day. RTG, NIGMA trailing by quite a few points, 41 points in fact. So quite a bit of a barrier now being created here by GEEKAY, showing that consistency is key at this stage. But of course, now take a look at that second page. This is where we can see the players from Twisted Minds now moving up 2 slots up into that 10th position. So at least for the time being, trying to secure themselves for that Livik map. But things looking pretty tough as we move a little bit further on down. I mean, Brute Force jumping up a position there as well, up in towards 17th. But still, they have a long way to go. So someone was asking about whether or not Twisted would be able to make it up into top 5. If they maintain the kind of consistency that we've seen so far, sure, only match number 1. But if they maintain that consistency, there's nothing that's really going to be stopping them from accomplishing that, right? Of course, now adding a few more points to the tally. The entry into top 5 still is 121. So the pressure is going to be on. But of course, as we know, moving into our second match is going to be over on Erangel. And that is going to be the first match then for the players from GANGSTERS, R8, FALCONS, as well as W7. So they'll have a bit of an opportunity, of course, sitting out on the next one as well. Then is going to be the players coming through from GEEKAY, IKURD, NIGMA, as well as Triple. But as we take a look at it, we are going to be looking at the overall statistics that we see for our respective teams when it comes to the map of Erangel. So NIGMA definitely going to be one of those stronger performing teams. But as we know, moving into this one, well, they're not going to be playing. So we are going to be looking at our second best, which is going to be the ARB champions. Also sitting on exactly the same amount of eliminations as we've seen come through from the side of NIGMA. Difference being, ARB, they've been doing a lot more damage, right? Being a lot more active, just spraying a lot more, but managing to convert the exact same amount of eliminations out of that. So it is pretty close. There's only 1 point separating NIGMA and the ARB champions when it comes to the map of Erangel. So curious to see whether or not ARB champions are going to be looking to capitalize, maybe push the envelope a little bit further onwards as well. Who knows, right? Who knows? RTG also a very strong contender. So RTG having a pretty good run across the board. If we look at their performance on Miramar, if we look at their performance on Erangel, right, they've been showing a lot of that consistency. Even if we go as far as to the approach that they've brought in on Sanhok, a different story, but that is something to worry about at a later stage. Of course, we are going to be getting ourselves ready to hop on in. In the meanwhile, I'd love to hear what your thoughts are. What do you think is going to be the outcome of this match? Who do you think is going to be the team to secure that winner chicken dinner? Is it going to be ARB? Is it going to be RTG? Could it potentially maybe even be the players from Slime Machine or Quest? Right? So many questions that we need answers to. So be sure to let me know in the chat what do you think the outcome will be. But of course, also, well, if you have any predictions with regards to flight path, with regards to where that initial zone could be forming, let me know in the chat. Curious to hear what your thoughts are. Me, I would be happy with whatever the flight path brings. Zone-wise, we've seen a lot of south, right? Yesterday was really dominated by the southern zones, especially on Erangel. So maybe today we could see a bit of a northern one, maybe one heading all the way up in towards the northwestern side, or maybe just something centralized, right? Anything other than Sosnovka. That would be nice, right? That would be nice. So whether or not we are going to be getting that, we don't know. We'll see. You can see a prediction though coming through for RTG to take the next match, or R8 rather. That's a bold statement. That's a bold statement because Erangel so far proving to be a tough map for the side of R8. I mean, they've had great success when it comes to Miramar, sitting in our top 3-point earners. Yeah, Erangel, not so hot. They've only been able to secure themselves 23 points in total, 16 of which has come through from eliminations. So if they are going to be looking to do that, I mean, sure, I'm all for it, right? Bring in the surprise, bring in the upset. But based on what we've seen statistically, there's not a high probability necessarily of that happening. But as we know, statistics can be wrong as the teams can still bring in the upsets at whichever point they choose to do so. You can see a few predictions coming through for a far eastern zone, as well as potentially a Malta power. All right. Well, we'll find out pretty soon as we are getting ready to hop in onto the flight path to see exactly what the teams are going to have to work with. Of course, you can see the hospital down below, so that means we are coming through from the western side. A little bit more towards the north. See whether or not we are going to be presented with an opportunity to have a few of those bridge fights as the flight path now starts and hospital heads all the way over on towards Lipovka. This is going to be a very, very northern flight path here. I mean, ARB definitely going to have to go for a bit of an alt location. Yesterday we did see them pulling further up north. Because as we know, they like to frequent Sosnovka military base. As the teams continue to look to get themselves dispersed, I'm waiting to see if we are going to have any potential hot drops. W7, Gangsters, CONQUEROR Quest now all very close towards that southwestern side. Brute Force going to be taking their usual location up towards Severny. Ooh, yeah, no. It's a southern zone again. It is going to be a southern zone again. Third time in a row that we are looking at the southern zone. I'm not quite sure what is going on here, but you know what? At least at this point, the teams should be used to this, right? They should be accustomed to having these insane shifts. Hopefully this time around we could see it maybe pulling up towards the main island instead of being pretty consistent towards the military base. Of course, only time will tell. In the meanwhile, we do have NASR and Slime Machine getting ready for a little bit of a something there. Up in towards shelter. It does seem like Sly are going to try and potentially push right onto that southern island. Not going to start their loot phase anywhere else. I mean, it's not a bad call to make, seeing that we don't have anyone there, but they're going to have to contend for the bridge with the players from Twisted and potentially NASR, as we have 3 teams now converging down towards this bridge. Now, this is a great opportunity for Triple because they can actually get themselves situated onto that southern edge, lock in on that the bridge camp opportunity. But at this point, they should essentially be ready because, as I said, like, this is our 3rd back-to-back southern zone. Ooh, RTG and Quest, though, getting ready over on towards the western bridge as Dammy looks to play a little bit of a hardball, putting the sprays in. Attacker managing to evade the initial hit. But AZ gonna continue on with the barrage. RTG now looking to just uphold the position as Quest has come knocking on their door. Playing a 2-1 split. 2-1-1 split, rather. We got Rio with a double shotty up top. If you want an update with regards to the scores, you can see them atop the screen. Twisted currently holding on to 9th with 95 points. Tied with ARB Champions, also then sitting on 95. So it's the live scoring running right at the top there. In the meanwhile, RTG now going to be looking to top the play against the side of Quest. Being our 2nd highest earning team. Ooh, they now look to lock in that consistency, but unfortunately Rio will be brought to their knees. Kalaga out in the open. Groza trying to reach in from that far eastern edge. Again, not the easiest play to make at this point. Gangsters and Quest also going at each other up in towards Ferry Pier, but now it is going to be RTG trying to lock down the roof. Rio, unfortunately, will get cooked up. Oh, like a Sunday dinner. Kalaga falls, the pressure now turns to Riva, but down they go. RTG now just getting slowly dismembered here. It now turns to Groza. KR now going to be rushing in amidst all the chaos and carnage. Fortunately for them, Quest not really having the ideal weapons to react with. Gangsters going to be following suit. R8 on the way as well as W7. So there'd be a lot of opportunities now for Quest to try and maybe steal a few eliminations. I mean, if there ever was an opportunity for a bit of a bridge camp, this would be it. Now, Gangsters, instead of pushing across the bridge, they go for the lighthouse. Gaining a bit of that elevation. But here we go. So, Quest, yeah. Oh, trying to make the run. Alhaji, though, gets uprooted. Down they go. Moncante gonna try and make the run. So far, they should be able to survive at least the bridge. Right, we do have the players from KR just on the opposite end. You can see Besikta position not too far away from that. A lot of the contention building. Beautiful nade coming through from Jafar. The rest of the team's now slightly holding off on their send. Quest being put in there for Brute Force to perform well this map. I mean, they are still holding on to Severny. So, we don't know, right? We'll see whether or not they are going to be looking to step it up. Brute Force not having a bad run when it comes to Erangel. Being able to find themselves at least 18 eliminations. For a grand total of 25 points. That is across 5 that they've played to date. So it puts them on an average of about 5 points per match. Which is not bad. But as you can see, the green highlight on their name means that they are busy tanking a little bit of that blue zone damage. The same goes for ARB Champions. And of course, then the players coming through from next. W7 looking to get a bit of a jump here onto Conqueror. RTG will meet an unfortunate end as they are our first team out. At least they do have that 1 point to their name. D-Gunner waiting for the opportunity. Trying to time that shot to get the spray up in towards Crazy. So W7 still having quite a bit of an opportunity to play for here. I mean, ONYX Ravens also now making their approach. I don't think they are going to be fully committing to any particular position just yet. Instead, they are going to be waiting for that zone to be revealed. Ooh, now they find themselves beautifully set up with the zone pulling back a little bit more towards the main island. This now just adds to the pressure for Brute Force next and ARB to get their butts back in zone. Vision are going to be retracing their steps, heading over instead back towards the NASR squad. Sly, they've put so much effort in securing a bit of a rotation all the way down to that southern edge, and now they have to trek all the way back. So it is going to be quite an interesting play, though, to see how they are going to be looking to push through. Meanwhile, we do sit with 5 teams up in center zone. So no shortage of contention. NASR trying to decide, are they going to maybe make a play for Vision? Or are they instead going to look to prioritize that zone positioning? Ooh, nice little fly coming through here from Tabok. Taking us on a very scenic route. Sanhok's out on the beach. Has a little bit of a drift. Fortunately, there's no friendly fire, right? So you can't exactly necessarily knock out your team like that. I mean, you kind of could. It is a thing. It happens. But fortunately for them, that wasn't the case right then. Meanwhile, it's going to be Besikta now. Just standing up on the roof. Nice direct sunlight. Waiting to see whether Kante is going to come through with a bit of a push. Maybe. But I don't necessarily see it making too much sense for Quest to head south, right? You want to prioritize position closer towards center zone. Trying to play for the advantage. Looking for that elevation. The meanwhile, next X just making their way in. Traveling through the side here of Pachinki, but again, a lot of potential danger holding in the vicinity. They got Vision up ahead, Falcons to their west. They got the players from NASR over on towards their east. We can see them just off in the distance there. Next X, of course, sitting with a grand total of 9 points that they've been able to secure on the past 3 Erangels that they've played. They've played 6 of them to date. 5 of their points has come through from eliminations. And of course, securing themselves 4 placement points. Brute Force in the meanwhile, keeping it nice and quiet though. I mean, very isolated position as you can see there, waiting to see if the zone is going to play in their favor. Ooh, it kind of does. It kind of does. I think at this point, a western rotation up into the hills, just to the west there of W7 could be quite a substantial position to hold. But we'll see whether or not that is going to be the play that they'll be making. ARB, though, contesting a bit here with NASR. Oh, sipping on some blue juice. Not quite sure why the team's rotated all the way back into the blue, but you know, might as well just go for it. ARB have a little bit of a tough time. Same can be said here for the side of NASR, as we do have Starch getting knocked on down. Up goes the confirmation. It's now reliant on Xenox. Oh, yeah, NASR not having a good time, as they are the next team to get sent away up in 15th place. At least, again, walking away with a point. So it's not the worst finish for them. But of course, ideally, we would have loved to see a lot more come through. Speaking about next, it is going to be the players now from next having to focus their efforts on that zone positioning. ARB having to do exactly the same, but at least they've got those 4 elims up. They have lost a player, So not necessarily the easiest or cheapest 4 eliminations that they found so far. Line up pushing towards the drink. You can see the players there from Quest opting for a very similar approach. KR now going to be holding on to a little bit of dry land. It's this tiny little piece of beach that they've got up ahead. I'm not quite sure if that is going to be sufficient. In the meanwhile, it is going to be next now rushing on Twisted. Down goes AZ. Dammy about to fall as well. So they are now down to Crypto and Evo Station. But they are much, much further away. Evo Station already getting the position in zone secured. We have Crypto still hanging in the wing. Ooh, up comes the rotation. Yep, seems like Crypto is now just going to go for whatever they can find. But next X, though, slowly building up a bit of momentum here. Crypto bringing in a bit of a gatekeep. Just advancing a little bit further forward, turning around and spraying back in towards that zone. As you can see, Vision experiencing a few difficulties along the way. Next X also looking to get involved, but Nawaf does kind of throw themselves out of the vehicle just before it exploded in their face. So now it's relying on Mexico and Dexter to see whether or not they can uphold the momentum here for Next X. Vision yet to find themselves a few eliminations. Ooh, but down goes Dexter. That could be exactly what the doctor ordered. So Mexico now going to have their hands full, trying to see how they can survive as the blue zone is just slowly eating away at their health bars. But the zone in the meanwhile has shifted a little bit further on towards Ferry Pier. Crypto though not going to be having a good time. Out in the blue. Topok, yep, tries to get it done. But Crypto manages to get that health bar mended up ever so slightly. But again, it might be short-lived, right? It is blue zone. It is going to be causing quite a bit of trouble. But Crypto now just thanking Vision for the sprays. Delivering a little bit of repayment. Oh, insane. Up comes Laith as well. Finds Saif. This scrim now could be in a little bit of trouble here. Trying relentlessly to get the hit down. Goes Crypto as the blue overwhelms them. And now Laith. Let me try to close it up here for Vision. The nades are out. The reinforcements. The cavalry is there, but no need. All they need instead is just one beautifully placed nade to close it up. Vision getting backed up with one elim. So at least all 3 teams that have been shipped out so far, each of them walking away with a point to their name. Mexico now having to deal with that blue zone yet again. ARB champions holding on to a 2-piece. Pushing up to Evo Station. Now this could either be a very bold move or a very crazy one to make. Well, either which way, the blue zone is going to help them along. You are most welcome, Thunder. Let's keep it rolling. Oh, as Evo Station goes right on down. ARB now locking in elim number 5. ONYX Ravens now going to flush right onto the side of Falcons. Birds of a feather flock together. As the Ravens and the Falcons now duke it out. The shots continue to fly on air. Never Alone goes down with a beautiful DBS. But the utility getting sent out from the mud is now down to Saleh and Saad. Jump shots coming in here as well. DBS proving a little bit difficult to aim. Of course, especially you need the ammo. Salam now trying to hold on for the rest of the team. Going for Pablo, seeing that the health bar is really, really low. Never Alone also about to get punched out. As the health bar drops, and it's the end. Up comes the flying shot, and Laith gets the play in. That is the Falcons. Kicked out of the nest. Down they go. Not a single point to their name. Now the Gangsters going to be looking to push through as well. Mexico instead is going to be dipping out of the position, just rushing, running away. Hey, Buddy and Walsh coming up on the side. You see Jafar, well, really far away towards that more southern edge as the Zoro now pulls further towards the west. Centering up on Conqueror, W7 and Brute Force. R8 also now presented with a great opportunity here. They can gatekeep the teams that are going to be moving through from the eastern area. Let's see how this one will unfold. KR still having to get themselves secured on a bit of dry land, just holding onto that little island on towards the southern edge. Kante in a very similar spot, but right there on the pier, as you can see. Again, not a lot of options really left for the side of Conqueror, or Quest rather. Oh! But of course, well, who needs a lot of options when you just need one? Find the spray onto Prepod. Down goes Mexico, and that is going to be next. They are the next team to fall. R8 having a few unwelcome visitors knocking at the door here. Ooh, everybody now trying to get themselves patched up, but down goes Walsh, getting caught with a bit of a cook in the nade. Very staggered approach coming through from both R8 and the players here from the Gangsters. R8 still holding that two-piece. It is going to be Ragnarok and Prestige. Jafar now trying to make the most, but unfortunately the spray will just beat them to it. And instead of rotating away, they get a play for the lobby. ONYX Ravens gets a push up. Of course, you can't let an opportunity pass you by as they now take aim over on towards Talk. Here we go. Instead, it's going to be Tiger to steal that elimination from the ONYX Ravens. So even though things look a little bit slim, teams are still going to be contesting each other, fighting to see who's going to be the one to claim the prize. Kante now, oh, tries to get Bashikta. But unfortunately, they're not going to make it beyond that 8th place finish. ONYX Ravens now continuing to push in from the north, down south. As you can see, it is going to be KR and Broody Fruity. Holding nice and steady. Down goes Hassan. Rather Brute Force getting themselves back up onto full form. Holding on to all 4 players yet again. The blue zone now slowly starting to close in. It is starting to limit the options available for the KR team. As you can see, Vigors, Besikta trying to find that next play to make. Ado slightly hesitant. You can't really blame them. Beautiful bounce. Come on. No. If that was a nade, that would have been the end of Vigors. I don't know if you also just held your breath. But that is exactly what I felt going through that one. Ado now getting punished because you should have used a nade and not a smoke. It all makes sense now, but Brute Force instead having to prioritize zone positioning yet again, right? They have to get off the berry of the fear. The ferry pier. What did I say? Something completely different. Whatever it is, what it is. They need to get themselves back out of the water onto that dry land. Especially looking at that zone shift now. W7 are going to be looking to step up and get themselves set up preemptively. This could spell quite a bit of difficulty now for the Brute Force squad. Also then coming through for the side of KR. You know, ONYX Ravens, they just chilling in luxury up north. They got compounds, they got elevation. They have the numbers. Of course, we still have 3 other teams also holding on to all their members. ONYX Ravens on the opposite end, though, with 8 eliminations up. So definitely a good run coming through for them here. Ubrak wants to play. Hassan Going to their knees yet again. Shikta, Figures. Try and see if they can pull off a bit of a push here. It's not going to be an easy one to get themselves out of. But here we go. They are very consistent onto the side here of Brute Force. Heads coming through as well. Ado goes down yet again. Yakuza now starting to push up. W7 can see the direction in which the utilities are flying, so they of course copy that approach. Trying to see if they too can get a share of the pie here, but the utilities now coming in in response as well. Oh, down goes Yakuza though. Yeah, you gotta look both ways before crossing the pier. Hassan in a great position. Able to reach in. Are they going to find it onto Hero though? A little bit of an overshoot with that nade. So it's not going to do what they were hoping for. Meanwhile, Prestige now getting themselves set up quite casually. All the rest of the teams up ahead are fighting for survival. Twisted might have had a few of their wires crossed. Maybe getting it a little bit twisted, you know, we don't know. Anything could be the cause. But at least they got sent out with 3 points to their name, so it's not a worthwhile play, right? Still points on, and that is exactly what you want to see. We can't say the same for Falcons. Unfortunately, they got sent back empty-handed. R8 now also then with their 4 eliminations up. Holding a nice position, especially with Ida just on the edge of that zone. Prestige, Ragnarok having to push forward. ONYX Ravens now starting to target the Brute Force squad as they've been able to find Neo's pre-pod. Playing on a bit of borrowed time here. But here we go. There's a standoff yet again. Conqueror not really making any moves. Lath though with a beautiful nade up into Neo's. Also starting to punish the side of Brute Force. They've been holding on to that exact position for a little while now. Not looking to relinquish control. But they're going to have to give it up at some point, right? They have to move up to pre-pod because pre-pod is secured within zone. Mind Ado now in so much trouble here as Lath starting to build up a bit of momentum. Hero also waiting for them to push into the warehouse. But now Brute Force finds themselves in such a difficult position. Beautiful spray though onto Lath. A little bit of that repayment coming through here from Mind. Brute Force still holding onto a 3-piece. But still not any hopeful plays in sight just yet. Going to take a lot of determination here from Brute Force to not only get themselves out of harm's way, but also securely positioned moving through into this next phase. You can see the smokes are getting deployed as Ado and Mind are opting for the compound. W7 not going to let that one slide. Looking to deny them access. The shots continue to rain on end. Lath getting re-knocked as Mind goes down in turn. The nade is onto Ado. And Brute Force are left with pre-pod, and they can do all but just look on as they are presented with such a difficult play to make here. We got Steezy there from Sly also just holding in the wing, find themselves in a very similar position. Can't really make much of a play at this point. Oh, but ONYX Ravens, they look determined, already sitting with 11 eliminations up. Waleed now squeezing through the little nook there, just gets the hit in. And now it is time to face the music as KR are going to come rushing in on W7. Pressure starting to mount though. R8 opting for a little bit more centered position. looking to get themselves situated. ONYX Ravens starting to advance as well. Just maintaining that edge zone positioning, still holding on to the elevation. They've got the hard cover. Now contesting against a team like CONQUEROR is going to be quite a bit of a challenge. As you can see, CONQUEROR also not really going to be giving up on anything, but instead they do find Shaco. Down they go. R8 now going to get pressured from both ends. Utility flying through. The bounce is there, but it doesn't exactly reach. CZ in the meanwhile will use the opportunity to get themselves a little bit closer to dry land, as the teams are predominantly focusing on each other. Down goes J9. Quest now feeling the heat. W7, also not a team to be discounted. They still hold on to a 3-piece. Steezy in the meanwhile, just chilling behind the rock there. Enjoying the water. As one does when you are in the 9th stage, right? This is the final stage. We've got a few seconds left. The blue zone is about to close. And this is where the players are going to start dropping like flies. ONYX Ravens up to 12 elims already. Looking to farm. Saleh Lath currently carrying the team with aggression. Ragnarok goes down. Here we go, the push is in ONYX Ravens. Now climbing up to 13, CONQUEROR holding steady. Tiger trying to make the most. Easy also trying to see if they can maybe secure at least that second elimination. Oh, but now KR feeling the heat as well. The blue zone is going to be constricting the options. KR getting reduced to dust. It's easy though, coming through with the play. Crazy now having to deal with R8 and Slime Machine all at the same time. Meanwhile, W7 will get sent out in 5th. And down to the final 4. It is going to be Slime Machine, CONQUEROR. Oh, R8 and ONYX. Sly now sliding back. The face-off continues. Crazy about to get pinched as that blue zone is going to force their hand. There's not going to be any way out of there. ONYX Ravens looking to push on forward. Already sitting on 19 eliminations. The highest count that we've seen to date. Oh, the hit is there. Come on, Saad. Effortless spray. And with that, the ONYX Ravens just run away with the performance. Absolutely insane finish. A very, very tough day at the office here. No one had it easy, but of course the ONYX Ravens will reign supreme as they've taken out so many teams. I mean, they've taken out so many other teams that it is pretty insane to look at the amount of eliminations they've gotten. I'm not going to spoil it just yet, right? I'll leave it until we get in to the actual overall, or the actual match rankings, right? Because this one is just crazy, right? You did have a bit of an idea, but it's not stopping there, right? There's more. You'll see. You'll see. So, ONYX Ravens is the very, very dominating play that they've brought to the battlefield here. Absolutely amazing to see what they've been able to do so far. This is called domination, 100%. Yes, yes. ONYX Ravens, I mean, dominating like it's no one's business. Right, which is quite surprising because looking at the statistics that we've had for them coming through from the map of Erangel, I mean, they're definitely sitting in the middle of the board. Not one of those teams that have been popping off, just going absolutely crazy, going absolutely insane. I mean, in fact, they were actually sitting maybe a little bit lower down than middle, right? But, well, here we go. It is going to be ONYX Ravens picking up a 32-pointer. 22 eliminations. Absolutely insane. Wow, that is crazy. I'm nearly speechless looking at that. R8 though going to be coming through with 11 points to the name, and of course FALCONS, the only team not to find any points this time around. I mean, that is just insane, right? We've had 3 teams secure themselves 5 eliminations. So it was the side of R8, KR, and then of course the players from the ARB champions. Everyone else got less than 5. Well, everyone got less than 22, like we saw come through for the ONYX Ravens. So that is definitely a very, very overpowered performance on their end. But you can't really fault the ONYX Ravens. I mean, they were just holding on to their positions. They had so many knocks getting sent their way. Lathe got taken down time and time again, right? That was the second re-knock. But, I mean, you got to appreciate the effort that they've brought to this battlefield. I mean, just holding that consistency, being relentless, not giving it up. And it resulted in magic, right? Look at that, though. 1 nade, pushing them up from 14 to 17 eliminations. And then, of course, closing up the last little stretch of the match. Finding that 20-second elim. Absolutely insane. Saad, Lathe are absolutely dominating. 6 eliminations across the board. Saleh, though, coming through with 4. But Saad, with a strong carry with regards to that damage. 928. So you can, it is very safe to say here that the ONYX Ravens, they've been doing quite a bit of work, especially in this match. Curious to see what that damage graph is going to look like. But what a performance, though. And here we go. 2,900 damage. Getting dealt 22 elims. Milked out of that. So a very, very strong conversion rate. I mean, they essentially took down 5.5 teams. Right? They took down 5.5 teams. Quest took down 1 full team. ONYX Ravens, 5.5. That's insane. That is insane to see. I mean, that is definitely the highest amount of eliminations that we've seen so far for this season. I think it might be pretty close to the highest that we've seen come through from last season as well. I'll have to double check my facts on that. But what a play, though. I mean, ONYX Ravens really setting the standards. It's not just an insane run for the ONYX Ravens. It is just an insane run, period, right? That was absolutely crazy. But of course, now let's see how this impacts our overall rankings. As you can see, though, right, here we go. It is going to be GEEKAY still holding on to pole position. But again, the pressure is there, right? The heat is on. The teams looking to see what they can accomplish along the way. But you got to love that jump coming through from the ONYX Ravens. Of course, before the match, they were sat down all the way in 13th. Now finding themselves up in 6th place. So a phenomenal, phenomenal jump. 7-slot jump on that end. Just looking so, so good. So healthy. But of course, well, still a few more points can be earned over on towards this last bit of the page here. You can see a few teams now. As a result of the insane performances that we had come through from the ONYX Ravens, there wasn't a big distribution of points going out to the rest of the squads, right? So that is part of the inevitable, right? It happens. It is just something that we see take place here. But, of course, there is still going to be a bit of an opportunity for teams now to try and make up for that moving through the preceding plays. And, of course, hopefully we can see those points then being secured in as well. Let's see. Yeah, nothing relevant in the chat for me to say or mention at this point. But of course, as we know, right? Game number 2, done and dusted. Game number 3, we are going to be heading right back onto Miramar to see what the teams will bring through, as we are going to be having then the players from Group C sitting this out. So that is going to be Brute Force, the ONYX Ravens, as well as RTG and Twisted, but with the addition of GEEKAY, IKURD, NIGMA, and Triple rejoining us back on the battlefield to show us what they can bring. But of course, while we wait for the match to get started, we are going to be taking a quick break, so see you back in a short moment.
لكن سبق المسلم لاحظ معاي ضرب الرشاش الان طايش غير رصاص من فريق لفريق والفالكونز.
يوسف يجهز. يوسف لم يكن ينتظر هذا لاعب فريق السيجي. يحاول ان يقصيه. يوسف هنا يتقدم في فايت 1 في 1. يوسف امام اللاعب ريو. ما صارت عندكم يا دمار. جاك دمار تقدم لك دمار. وينك يا دمار؟ الله 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 الله.
مشوار إرانجل ومشوار إرانجل. دمار أصعب وأصعب بتواجد لاعبين. هنا الأول يبحث عن ثاني. يلا يا دمار حلق 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 يا نباتي. الثالث يا نباتي.
ورجعنا لكم.
There we go. There we go. Getting ready for the action as we are cooking up our third match. Of course, it is going to be our final dose of Miramar that is yet to come through. So far from what we've seen, right, we've been having quite a few surprising performances. Team Falcons now going to have the opportunity to show us what they can bring through, as they are going to be stepping in for their first Miramar of the day. Of course, well, they didn't play match 1 because they are in Group E, but Falcons definitely our highest performing team when it comes to this map. R8 also looking pretty confident with regards to their points here. So I want to see how this is going to go, right? Will we have our expected teams performing as well as we hope they would? Because as we know, the first winner chicken dinner went over to the side there of GEEKAY. But as it is them, of course, still finding themselves in Group D, they will have the opportunity to flex it yet again. So there is a chance that we could see GEEKAY maybe making a bit of a copy-paste play here, right? Are they going to go for that consistent push yet again? Who knows? Of course, you could see that contention come through from potentially the R8 or RTG squad as well. So, well, no, we can't see RTG because they're not going to be playing this match, right? Either which way, there is a lot to look forward to. So GEEKAY, the defenders essentially to an extent. Falcons also going to be a team to watch here. And I believe aside from GEEKAY, I think then R8 could be another strong contender, as they also then sat within the top 4, top 5 of the points earned within the map of Miramar. So let's see how it is going to go. I mean, especially looking at the top 5, there's not a lot really separating these teams. I mean, the 5th, 4th, and 3rd only separated by 1 point, right? So we got 57 going to R8, we got 56 going to the side of GEEKAY, and then 55 points being held by the side of Vision Esports. So out of the top 5, we've got 4 of those teams that are going to be venturing out. I think there's a very high chance that we could be looking at either of them securing the victory. But of course, as we saw, the team like GEEKAY also stepping up with the surprise angles could change up anything, really. So, yeah, we have not yet had one particular team having consecutive chickens, right? Everyone has only found themselves with 1 chicken so far. So, RTG, R8, GEEKAY, Vision, as well as W7 and Slime Machine. Then we also add the GANGSTERS, ONYX Ravens, as well as NASR to that tally, right? Those are all the teams that have been able to get themselves those winner chicken dinners. So this could be the opportunity for Falcons to get that chicken secured. But based on how things were going on Erangel, I don't quite know whether or not that is going to be an option here. But who knows? They might surprise us. They might really pick up the pace and really push to get themselves secured on that winner chicken dinner. Because the amount of aggression they've been showing so far, it makes sense, right? Looking at the placement points, again, it makes sense. They got the highest consistency with placement points and eliminations. So we just got to see that chicken find its way over to the Falcons, right? We want to have it happen for them. 2 other potential teams that could also maybe look to get their first chicken dinners when it comes to the map of Miramar could, of course, then be the players coming through from NIGMA, Galaxy, and even Quest Esports. I mean, NIGMA showing up quite aggressively so far today. Let's see if that is going to translate across the board. Will they be able to maintain that consistency moving through into match number 3? Yeah, we don't know. There's only going to be one way for us to find out. Of course, we are going to be venturing into the map very, very soon. So if you want to make any potential predictions, now would be the time to get it in, right? Let me know where you think the flight path is going to go, where the zone's going to go. And also, if you want to give it the prediction as to who you think is going to be taking the winner chicken dinner, now would be the time to put it in. I mean, just for interest's sake, right? I know, as Maxman said, technically you have to wait until the 5th phase to get a good idea as to who could be taking it. But let's see, right? Maybe you could get it right out of the gate. But in the meanwhile, be sure to drop those flight path and zone predictions, as I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are. In the meanwhile, just waiting for the plane to load up completely, everyone to get in their seats. And then we are going to be stepping out to see exactly, of course, how it is all going to unravel. Just a few moments left, and that is going to be go time. But yeah, you got to say, though, a 22 elimination winner chicken dinner, I mean, that is a pretty steep one to secure. I think the teams could be quite relieved that we're not going to have ONYX Ravens stepping out onto the battlefield yet again. Has NIGMA won any Erangel matches yet? I'll tell you in a quick second. Yes, they've won 1. Out of the 7 they've played, they have been able to secure themselves 1 winner chicken dinner. But now, it is going to be time for us to head on through. It is that chance now for the flight path to start. It's going to be kicking us off with a Puerto Pareso angle, heading up towards Oasis. Prediction coming through for a Minas Generales zone. I mean, that could be quite the possibility here. But especially with the flight path now being a little bit more east, it is going to be limiting towards regions like El Pozo, La Driera, Chumacera. I mean, very similar to what we had in the first match. As we know, the first match pulled right up in towards Los Leones. Lipovka to Georgia Pool. Yes, because we have both those points on this map. Right. I mean, I know Miramar is a vast map, but it's not vast enough to include the Erangel positions. So, yeah, good luck with that. In the meanwhile, I mean, Minas Generales, relatively centered up in zone, so not a bad call. And Graveyard being smack dab center, so there is going to be a bit of an opportunity here for the teams to get themselves situated. Los Leones, though, is going to be receiving a lot of love. Impala just caressing the edge of the zone. Meanwhile, CONQUEROR are going to be pushing all the way up in towards Torre Ahumada. Again, no major crazy upsets with regards to the zone. So let's see if that is going to be the case here. I mean, we do see a little bit of congestion up in towards Los Leones, but again, it's nothing out of the ordinary, right? It is a rather vast city, so there is a lot of opportunity for the teams really to play around and, well, not really even bump into each other. A town like Impala is a little bit more condensed, so there's a higher probability for something to happen on that end. But again, Vision not fully committing to Impala. The same can be said for Triple, but Triple, as we know, is a team that prefers to drop up into Puerto. Alright, so let's see what the ARB squad will have in store for us. I mean, ARB champions, Miramar is definitely going to be a map where they can look to step it up a little bit more. I mean, it fails in comparison to their Erangel performance. I mean, Erangel definitely being an exceptionally strong map for the side of the ARB champions. But as we've seen, right, teams will have to find a little bit of a balance with regards to their performances across the board, right? So it's fine having one map which you are not as proficient on, something like a Sanhok maybe, but then of course you have to go over and above when it comes to the remaining maps. So be it Erangel or Miramar, whatever the spread is, but you're gonna have to show a lot of dominance. As we've seen in the previous season, that results in some pretty phenomenal points being acquired. Speaking of points, though, here we've got the Gangsters sitting with 24 eliminations in total from what we've seen so far. 43 points, rather. One winner chicken dinner to their name. Currently holding on to that 10th position. So, smack dab centerboard, that is where they find them with their overall performance on the Miramar map. Good position to be in, to hold as a foundation and then look to build off of that. I mean, on the other hand, GEEKAY, from what we've seen, Sure, yes, they got themselves that first winner chicken dinner. But they've also been able to be quite persistent with regards to their performance here, sitting with 30 eliminations, 26 placement points in total when it comes again to Miramar. So, yeah, a very, very balanced approach that they've been taking so far. NIGMA, they are leaning a little bit more towards the aggression. As you can see them sitting there with 4.14 average. To put that into a little bit of an easier term to digest, that means 29 eliminations out of 7 matches. Right? That is where they find themselves. Falcons, on the other hand, I mean, they've been able to get 46. That's why they're sitting on a 6.57 average. So they got 46 eliminations out of also only 7. So that is, well, pretty much essentially double that which W7 has been able to bring in with regards to their eliminations. So let's see who's going to be the team to make any major upsets here. Nothing outlandish happening just yet. The team's still going to be looking to get themselves situated and set up. We do have Falcons taking a 3-1 split as they start to encroach on that Hacienda del Patron positioning. We got Vision pushing in from that eastern side. Also a rather aggressive team with 37 total points, also 37 eliminations, giving them an average of 5.29 as we can see there. So that, of course, means Quest has exactly the same rate, also sitting on 5.29, because they also find themselves sitting with 37. But the difference is, Quest, they've only had 8 placement points. If we look at a team like Vision, they've had 18, so 10 more, right? So it is really showing that a team like Vision have been able to secure a little bit more. Looking at the side of Triple, an average of 1.86, that translates to 13 eliminations across 7 matches. So 1 short of hitting a 2 average, 2 elimination average per match. Slime Machine also then going to be just perched on high, looking for a bit of an opportunity up in the crater here. W7 having a bit of a oopsie out on the edge of zone. Being left to try and mend themselves as they push on forward. It does seem like they are going to be approaching San Martin. That's going to be an interesting one because we do have the players from CONQUEROR also now actually heading up in their direction as CONQUEROR are partially rotating out of water treatment. So there could be a little bit of an altercation brewing on the horizon. Meanwhile, things are looking pretty grim over on towards that southeastern side. But the Gangsters yet to get themselves secured. They still have a long, long way to go as the zone is going to be revealing itself as well. Ooh. Yep. Pulling into the lovely flat plains between Picado, San Martin, Minas Generales. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very sweaty play. Not exactly a city, right? There's no city in sight, really. We do have a few compounds. But this is a complete change in terrain in comparison to what we had in that first match. Of course, now Hero trying to get themselves patched up. But unfortunately, Quest not going to allow that one to come through, as they will be securing their very first elimination. An interesting play, though, from Quest. I mean, also holding on to a bit of a 3-1 split. That compound that they find themselves in. We've seen it be contested time and time again. But unfortunately for both these teams, it's not exactly in zone, right? It's quite some distance away. So this is the opportunity now for Quest to maybe focus on getting themselves situated up in towards the zone. Maybe making a play for the San Martin Hills, because we currently don't have any other teams occupying that position. So let's see what the play will be here. CONQUEROR, a little bit hesitant, I would say, initially, getting that rotation sorted. They do still have about a minute and a half left. So more than enough time to get themselves situated. Speaking of which, we have GEEKAY holding on to smack dab center zone. Slightly elevated to the energy of R8. He might have a bit of a tough time finding them. As you can see, they are pretty confident in getting that breach secured. GEEKAY coming through with that 2-2 split. We got Santa and Hope. Beautiful duo pairing off in the distance there. Right, so Santa now, this nice steady tap. Again, not the clearest line of sight that they could be looking for. But both teams just trying to keep each other at arm's length, right? You know, you can just stay over there. Don't push us just yet. But this opens up a bit of an opportunity for KR to get a little bit closer, for the Falcons also to get a little bit closer. So at some point they are going to be forced to make a decisive play. KR now also just looking to get themselves ever so slightly disengaged. I mean, we've only lost one player, right? I say that, and there is a knock that comes through. Oh, GEEKAY now looking to move in for a bit of an opportunity here. Looking to get themselves solidified up in that center zone positioning. ARB yet to push through. We're holding on to edge. W7 about to join us in the zone as well. But of course, now that hit has come through at the expense of KR. That snowball effect definitely going to be starting to build. Predictions coming through there. 2 for R8, Falcons. Of course, then the ONYX Ravens, as well as NIGMA, or rather Vision instead of ONYX. So it's going to be Vision that has a bit of a shout out as well. Let's see whether or not Vision is going to be upholding the expectation here. Finding themselves on that eastern side of the crater. Going to have to try and find a way around. If they dip straight into the crater, that is going to play into the favor of Triple. Meanwhile, it's going to be Falcons now getting ready for a bit of a rush. They've moved in towards the southern position, while R8 was distracted with GEEKAY. Esketon are just trying to line up sights. Looking for that opportunity. Oh, there we go. The shots coming in from NASR in the meanwhile as we jump over towards the western edge. W7 looking to push in, but instead NASR perched on high. Going to be looking to capitalize here. Yakuza getting met with a few shots. This is what adds to the pressure. W7 though not going to be folding. Instead they rotate away. But again, some very limited options. A very tough terrain to play over. They are going to be pushing further south towards Picado. But that is going to lead them right into NIGMA. And now they are pincered. Right, move a little bit too much forward. NIGMA will get them. As could be the play then for Xenox coming through from NASR. Meanwhile, as they venture to the south, it is going to be the GANGSTERS making their push towards the zone. Meeting up with the defensive line here of the ARB champions. You see Ricard trying to hold the flank. Doc and Smoker locked in onto the edge. They've already had the knock come through on towards the summer. It's going to be a pretty tough one to get that raise through again. A buddy though going through with a nade. Oh, in the meanwhile, W7 now running into quite a few problems. So much so that they head straight into the lobby. Ricardo getting trade. Tables starting to turn on the ARB champions here. Smoker in trouble, and down they go. The Gangsters securing themselves those 4 eliminations. Really loosening up the southern edge. You could see a few hits maybe finding his way through from next, but in the meanwhile it is going to be Triple and Quest contesting the foot of the crater here. Neither team secured in zone, so they still have a long, long way to go as the blue zone is getting ready to pop, but Kante being brought to their knees. Triple down to Dam and Result. Oh, the nade is out. Down goes Kante. Gonna be waiting for Mon to bring in that reinforcement while Al-Hajj and Easy holds the front line. KR gonna be making their own play towards the zone, potentially looking to set up a bit of a gatekeep opportunity. Triple and Quest now finding themselves in a bit of a standoff. Oh, there we go. Al-Hajj is down. Mon, Easy now having so much work to do, but it now turns to Easy as Triple slowly takes them apart, bit by bit. Oh, this is going to be a very tough one. Yep, the nade is in, and that is it. Quest have to settle for 14th place and not a single point to their name. Meanwhile, R8 now getting right down to business with the Falcons up towards the northeastern side of zone. While Triple gets themselves all patched up, we still have Fashe hanging in the wing. Great opportunity as the slime machine gets to work. Damn, now in such a difficult play. What's going to be opting for the next vehicle as Slime Machine focus their efforts onto the side of KR. Meanwhile, the Falcons knocking on the door here. R8 pushing forward. Oh, Pablo though coming in with the hits. Oh, Pablo trying to outrun that blue zone. But unfortunately not being able to pull it off just yet. R8 though looking pretty good. Only having to deal with the side of Never Alone. But up comes the spray. Escaton trying to get it secured. The hit is there. But unfortunately the angle is not. Oh, there we go. Quick reposition, and the Falcons get snuffed on out. Falcons having a really tough time, especially on Miramar, which is so surprising because, as we know, they are one of the struggling teams, one of the strongest teams, rather, that we have on this map with regards to their overall points. Now, GEEKAY R8 settling their differences here as well. IKURD now going to be looking to capitalize as the zone moves up. IKURD finds themselves positioned relatively comfortably within it, especially looking at the elevation they have to work with. Meanwhile, NASR and Quest, or Conqueror rather, on the opposite end of zone. GEEKAY not having a very successful push to get themselves through, but of course they can maybe still wiggle their way through it. IKURD now going to be looking to ramp up the aggression. NASR now getting their fate sealed. Down they go. Not going to be making it beyond that 11th place. So down to the final 10 teams we go now. It is going to be IKURD and KR, as well as Vision and Triple, contesting for that eastern zone. Slime Machine, meanwhile, having a bit of a luxurious time towards that southeastern side as they also start to head up a little bit further. Oh, up comes the spray now. Besikta just managing to evade the initial push. KR trying to figure out how they're going to push through this one. Saif, Discrim there from side of Vision. Also finding themselves in a very, very exposed position here. Not quite sure if that is going to deter them from pushing forward, but IKURD looking pretty confident at this point. Yet to find an elimination, but the positioning they are holding, the pressure they can apply onto the eastern side here could really work out amazingly. Next, also going to be looking to play a little bit of elevation. You can see Dexter holding angles. Oh, up comes the play as IKURD now gets rushed. Oh, the hits just slammed on in. KR in the meanwhile, paying the ultimate price. As IKURD secure their 3 eliminations. Now next, feeling the heat as well. Maybe getting a little bit cocky on that southern edge. Slime Machine. Oh, starts with the onslaught. Mexico getting absolutely hammered. Down they go. About to get confirmed, but fortunately Attacker runs out of ammo. Only has 5 rounds left. Now Vision still trying to sneak their way in. Still going to be looking for a few points. Just on the edge of placement point territory. Up comes the push. The play is there. Oh. A very, very costly play indeed as the shots continue to just get hammered on in. Now comes the push to defensive angles. It is going to be next trying to lock it in, but instead the Gangsters get the upper hand. NIGMA still holding steady. Holding up with 4 players, 4 elims. GEEKAY up to 6. Gangsters also holding on 6. Here we go, the hits are in though. It is going to be the Gangsters now looking to bring in a bit of that dominance. NIGMA potentially down to 1 as it's now up to Rauf. Looking to see if they can hold on. Maybe going to be opting for a bit of a res here and there. Meanwhile, Freak going to be doing exactly the same thing, but you can see Freak a little bit further away. So Rauf on this front line is going to be feeding a lot of that pressure, but slowly the team is being brought back on their feet. The last res is yet to come through for Krups. The Gangsters now going to be looking to jump at the opportunity. You can see A-Buddy and Walsh getting ready for a bit of a flash to find its way up. IKURD now could be helping quite greatly now. Just clear up that northern edge of the zone. But GEEKAY potentially one of the last few remaining teams sat on a full squad. Previous Miramar, we saw them securing 17 total points, 7 of which coming through from those eliminations. The push is there. Oh, come on, Gangsters now just need to try and lock it in. Oh, it's going to be risky. It is going to be super, super risky. Come on, GEEKAY. Oh, Attacker. Attacker, got to watch out. Again, nothing being secured just yet. It's all going to rely on this last bit of a push. Such a spray though, moving through the zone. You see CONQUEROR holding on to a very center zone, at least for the time being. And now they are absolutely blessed, but GEEKAY having all the luxury of the north while we have such a contested southern side. NIGMA, the Gangsters, Sly and IKURD They're going to have to fight for that positioning, looking to see who's going to be able to get themselves in. NIGMA still going to be holding on to that 2-2 split. Raouf and Koops on the front line, securing the anchor point. Trying to clear the way for the rest of the team now to rotate in their direction. Meanwhile, over on towards this northeastern side, we can see a 3-1 split being converted into a 2-2 split here for the side of GEEKAY. Meanwhile, NIGMA going to continue to push in. Slime Machine and IKURD now stepping up to the plate. Ali coming in with a bit of that overwatch. But the Gangsters moving in alongside them could bring in the upset. Meanwhile, Golden will get taken on down. Applying all the pressure onto Ali. CONQUEROR with a very, very spread positioning here. Not going to be easy to defend anything at this point. Crazy out in the open. Shaco also not in any better positioning, but now Attacker and Santa, facing off. Santa, of course, doing their thing. Locking their hits in. Steezy trying to steal a bit of a spray here as well. Up comes the push. Down goes Koops. Down goes Crazy, and that is CONQUEROR now in a world of trouble as they've been brought to a solo. Ragnar quickly doing the cleanup. And with that, we do have the place from IKURD getting sealed up in 5th place. But Lord there with the AWAM in hand. That is going to be an interesting one to watch. Santa, though, sitting up on 6 eliminations. GEEKAY going over and above the elimination count that they had in the first Miramar. Looking to improve their points. But now we find ourselves in a little bit of that downtime, right? Shaco, very exposed on the edge, not yet getting spotted out though. But it's going to be a very, very risky rotation for Shaco to make. Fortunately, they do have a decent positioning. They are quite deep within the zone. So the next shift is not going to be all too problematic for them. Meanwhile, a lot of fighting now going to break out here between GEEKAY and NIGMA up on the high ground. NIGMA going to try and steal that chicken away from the clutches of GEEKAY. Both teams still holding on to the full squad. So this is exactly the kind of numbers that you want to see move through into this point. Oh, the push is coming in. Nice response here from Santa. Finds the bit of an opening here. Getting one knocked. Oh, but you got to watch out. Koops and Co. not going to be backing off just yet. Gate now trying to bombard the position here of NIGMA. Raouf narrowly evading the spray, but up comes the push. The continuation is there. GEEKAY going to be relentless. Oh, playing at the elevation as GEEKAY comes in. Down goes Koops. Oh, and now it is up to Raouf and Lord. And this is going to be GEEKAY just squeezing extra hard. And down they go. Wiping out the side of NIGMA. Quest now. Shaco still holding steady. Going to be playing full position. But up comes Hope. Is Shaco going to be able to get the trade? The shot is there. Coming in with a ban. Hope now trying to get a little bit cheeky, a little bit crazy. But of course, Gate now brings in the shots. And down they go. The winner chicken dinner. Going straight over to the side of GEEKAY yet again. Back-to-back Miramars. Beautiful performance on their end. That is exactly the kind of performance that we want to see come through from our teams. I mean, up to this point, we've not yet seen any particular team get a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. Sure, there was Erangel in between, but still, the consistency is there, right? Absolutely phenomenal push coming through from GEEKAY, showing that they are super determined to secure any potential eventualities here. So what a play that has been. I mean, that is now game number 3 done and dusted. We need to see how many points our respective teams were able to secure, and of course, well, how all of that impacts our overall standings, as it's been a valiant effort being brought across the board. GEEKAY essentially now sitting on a very, very comfortable 15 eliminations from what we've seen so far. This last one, of course, popping off. Well, I mean, sorry, that was 15 eliminations in this last match. That is the amount that they were able to secure. So pretty substantial performance on their end. I mean, 15 eliminations paired with the 7 that we had from the first one puts them on 22. Exactly the same that we've seen come through for the ONYX Ravens. So ONYX Ravens and GEEKAY, both teams sitting on a grand total of 22 so far. I mean, ONYX Ravens also getting 6 in the first match. So technically they've got 28. But, you know, it's the same. It's the same. Speaking about points, though, let's take a look at the board as we got a 25-pointer going over to the side there of GEEKAY. 15 elims up. GANGSTERS managing to squeeze out 6 eliminations. Slime Machine also finding 6 along the way. Then, of course, IKURD and NIGMA picking up their 5 respectively. It's good to see the team still pushing for all the positions they can find here. But, of course, as we move through into the next bit, it is going to be that second page with 3 squads. Quest, ARB, and, of course, then the players from W7, I believe that was, getting sent back. Not a single point to their name. But NIGMA really popping off in this one. A heavy defensive strategy that they've been trying to adopt, moving through it. Unfortunately, as you saw, the complexity of the position here, it was not really working out all too favorable for them. I mean, GANGSTERS played upset. GEEKAY played upset. So many upsets coming through. But here we go, though. Yep, CONQUEROR. There we have it. But GEEKAY just being able to replicate the efforts that they had in that first match, replicating it and then surpassing it, adding even more eliminations to the tally. In fact, getting 8 more than what they had. So much hard work coming through on their end. I mean, Santa alone bringing in the total amount of eliminations that they had in the first match. Hope. Not quite sure what that was. I mean, it probably was worth the shot, trying to see what they can get accomplished with that one. But Santa is going to leave the charge with 7 elims up. We got Imad hitting then in with the beautiful 2 nade finish. Attacker with the most damage with Gaith with a 400-meter hit. Wow. An A-Buddy, of course, then covering 11 kilometers in this past match. Absolutely amazing to see. GEEKAY, though, finishing on 27 and 90 damage, so they've been able to deal. Sly, though, coming through with a very heavy hand as well. And then, of course, it evens out a little bit, looking at IKURD, CONQUEROR, and, of course, then the players coming through from NIGMA with regards to the amount of damage and the amount of eliminations they've been able to find. But GEEKAY, still a very valiant effort that they've brought through, just raking in those eliminations. 22 in total. I mean, it's like, you know, taking the ONYX Ravens performance that we had on Erangel, just splitting up ever so slightly. But of course, now speaking about splitting things up, we also then going to be looking to see what is going to come through in match number 4, right? Match number 4 is going to be our Sanhok of the day. So there is going to be quite a bit to play for, as we've seen a few teams really trying their best to build up that consistency, to build up that slight bit of domination coming through. And, well, surprisingly enough, GEEKAY, they've been having quite a bit of success there as well. So curious to see whether or not GEEKAY are going to be looking to potentially pick up their 3rd chicken for the day. We don't exactly know, but what we do know is that match 4, we are going to be having 4 groups sitting out. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at the leaderboard. It is going to be GEEKAY now just 2 points shy of hitting 200 for this phase. A phenomenal push coming in there. 115 points. All coming off of their eliminations. So a slight bit of a runaway performance on their end, right? And we still have NIGMA, R8, RTG, and the Falcons keeping up the contention. Slime Machine also not that far away. So still quite a bit of movement can come through, especially between 2nd and 7th, as there's only about 25 points currently separating those 2 positions. Vision and KR tied on 103. With Twisted Minds and NASR just 3 points away from joining the ARB champions on the century. So quite a bit of excitement yet to come in our remaining few matches. Next X also slowly building up that tally. Definitely not coming in short with regards to aggression, but it is going to be quite reliant on those placement points now, right? They need to play for a little bit of a later finish, making it through into that 7th, 8th, 9th stage, because, well, that's usually how far these teams need to push it to be able to secure themselves those decent placement points as well. So curious to see if that is going to be the case coming through here. Of course, only time will tell. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look now at our sheet breakdown here as we've got our team's average performance coming through. I mean, GEEKAY just absolutely popping off, as we've already seen, sitting now on an average of 11.67. I mean, that is just insane to see. R8 also pretty close to that with an 8.33, but they are leading the charge with regards to the amount of damage that they've been able to deal. And of course, now that is the conversion rate coming into the map of Sanhok, right? So out of 3 maps, GEEKAY have been able to secure themselves 35 eliminations. 3 rounds, that's it. That's all they've played. Hence why they are sitting with a conversion rate or an average elimination count of 11.47. So pretty steep numbers to look at there. So curious to see how the teams are going to be looking to push through this one. Brute Force also having a relatively decent amount of eliminations, sitting on 14, the exact same as NIGMA Galaxy has. But of course, nothing comes close to what we see for Twisted, R8, and GEEKAY. So there is going to be quite a bit of pressure moving through into this Oni Sanhok to see who's going to be the one to really push it in and secure themselves that amazing play. But of course, if you've got any predictions, any thoughts as to how you think this next match is going to unfold, be sure to let me know in the chat. Hit us up. Give your predictions for where the zone will be taking us. As we know, flight path is not going to be all that important coming into this match here. Of course, it is Sanhok, right? You can essentially reach almost every and any position just from that flight path. All right, so you can see just a few more moments to go. So stepping out into this match, KR, Quest, Next, and Slime Machine are not going to be stepping onto the battlefield just yet, right? Not just yet. So we could be seeing a bit of an opportunity then for the rest to really light it up. With this being match number 4, it also means that this is essentially, at least for the time being, going to be the end of the day for ARB champions, CONQUEROR, NASR, as well as Vision, right? They are still going to be fighting for position within that top 10, so it's all going to boil down to this very last game. Speaking of which, let's see what that zone is going to be bringing in, as we do have our flight path slightly up north, close to center though. The teams now can really focus on getting themselves positioned, getting themselves situated, as we are going to be moving across the board. But be sure to drop your predictions. Maybe know who do you think is going to be the team to clutch it out. Alright, so now we wait in anticipation to see what the zone will bring on through. Love it when the zone builds the suspense like this. It is just phenomenal. In the meanwhile, let's see. We do have IKURD getting into an interesting potential play towards that southern edge. Alright, here we go. It is going to be go time, as we do have a nice and lovely northern zone to show itself. So it is going to be quite exciting, as we already have the first few hits finding its way on in. Triple and Brute Force. Oh, Brute Force already losing 2. This is not the kind of start that they need. Let's see if they're going to be able to pick it up. Push is there though. Oh, Bandar, nicely done by Ado. Looking to alleviate a little bit of that pressure. Up comes Result. Jump shot, DBS in a hand. No, that's a S12K. Oh, effortless strafe there from Result. And well, that results in Brute Force finding themselves in a very, very difficult position. Of course, now reliant on Neos to avenge the rest of the crew. Triple down on a 2-piece. Oh, nice bit of a trade. Finds quite a bit of damage up into Result. Bandar goes down. Neos can still clutch this one out. Oh, the jump is there. The spray is in. And Neos gets the job done. Now, Triple down to Emud. But Emud is all the way over in the river. So a beautiful comeback coming through here for Neos. But it might be short-lived, seeing that we have R8 hearing the noise, getting ready to inspect. They spotted Neos. They've not yet followed through. Also curious to see what is going to be happening on that southern edge at Camp Charlie with KR and ONYX Ravens, or rather IKURD and ONYX Ravens. Hot dropping. Here we go. So IKURD going to be holding on to the western side. ONYX holding on to the eastern side. But then, of course, there's a bit of a flank. Not quite sure what Ali is doing. Maybe just ensuring that the weapon is working properly. Testing out the buttons. Making sure the response time is good enough. Alright, so Lath now holding that Overwatch position. It's going to be an interesting one to see if they'll be able to find anything. I mean, missing out the opportunity on Golden. Who's going to be pushing up? Come on, Lath. Unknown also in position there as well. You can get a 2-for-1. Get a discount spray. Oh, there we go. Yep, Lath finds the first. Great opener coming in here. Now ONYX Ravens getting ready to rush, getting ready to push. Potentially going to be looking to replicate the aggression that they've been showing in game number 2. Walking away with those 22 eliminations. I mean, if there was ever a map for them to get overly aggressive on, this is exactly the map to do it. So far, IKURD managing to just keep themselves at bay. We do have Freak also starting to venture a little bit closer. They are going to be exploring their options. Aram now trying to time the shot. Ooh, interesting approach coming through here. ONYX Ravens figuring out that there's someone there, but unfortunately, the response to it is running in head first. IKURD now really playing this one beautifully. Down goes Golden though. Aram, Unknown, could maybe still clutch this one out. But ONYX Ravens not going to fall for the bait. Instead, it is going to be Saad. Being taken on down. No confirmations just yet, but Saleh finds the hit. Oh, 1-2. Down they go. Saleh looking like an absolute legend. 2 very effortless sprays. Amazingly done. But now comes the hard work. Getting their butts back into zone with the addition of Freak. Now just hanging in the wing. And of course the rest of NIGMA also rotating up. So it might be some short-lived success coming through for the ONYX Ravens. can hear the shots up north now heading in the direction there of the Gangster team. The zone, of course, revealing itself as well. Now going to be sitting just over on towards the eastern side. Or western side, rather. So Gangsters not going to be relinquishing their position just yet. They feel a bit of an opportunity to maybe gatekeep NIGMA and the side here of the ONYX Ravens. NIGMA surprisingly not pushing up all too aggressively. Alright, so the Gangsters now getting ready to jump into action though. Raouf finds a bit of a spray, creating that initial start to play onto the ONYX Ravens. But now this being blue zone is going to be a very, very tough one really to play through. ONYX Ravens though, not quite sure what the approach is going to be at this point, right? Down to Saleh and Saad. The last two hopefuls. Gangsters also feeling a little bit of that pressure further up towards the north. So three very interesting, well, three teams on a very interesting position towards the southern edge. I mean, we're out here, it is going to be blue zone, so it is eating away at everyone's health bar. Not quite sure what the play is though. The 13 other teams are situated in the zone. Looking to play for center as we do have GEEKAY, Twisted, and R8 now in contention. The slight addition of Falcons coming through from their southeastern side. Gangsters now not going to be sitting around waiting for something to happen. Instead, they're going to make it happen as they disengage. Start their long trek up to zone. But again, taking a very interesting approach here. Going around the Kampong side. I mean, the zone is in the other direction. Meanwhile, R8 Twisted getting down to business. Very close to paradise. NIGMA also now abandoning that initial positioning. They have left Coops behind though. Not quite sure. Maybe Coops is going to try and pick up Saleh along the way. Not quite sure what the idea is, but we'll find out soon enough. Up in zone, it is going to be Twisted, R8, GEEKAY, ARB, Falcons, Quest, or Conqueror rather, RTG, Vision. All of them in very close proximity to each other here. As you can see, a very interesting approach there. I mean, NIGMA just making it up into zone now. Well, 3/4 of the team. Coops also now starting to push up. ONYX Ravens now getting put on quite a bit of a back foot. I don't know if they're going to be able to sort of rotate up successfully. Neo is just going to be big chilling up in cow. The Gangsters, I mean, they also still have a full squad. As you can see, them being quite hesitant with their rotation. I mean, they started all the way down there at Camp Charlie, following that road through Kampong, now opting for Camp Bravo positioning, and then maybe only rotating up into zone. I mean, I'm all for tanking a little bit of blue damage, but, you know, that's taking it to the next level. Meanwhile, NASR looking to secure the southern edge of zone. They do have the Falcons just north. But again, teams really slowing down this match. As you can see, Neo's now taking a little bit of damage. team name getting highlighted. So Neo's just still out there sipping on some blue juice. ONYX Ravens now on their steady approach, looking to make that play for zone. Meanwhile, ARB going to be looking to get themselves situated. Imad now with a little bit of bridge trolling here. There we go. RTG finding a bit of an opportunity onto the side of CONQUEROR. The shots have connected up. Here we go. The rush is in. J9 is down. It's up to Shaco and Tiger now to fend off the advances coming through here from RTG. Both teams, of course, going to be trying to play a bit of an edge positioning here. R8, though, holding on to Paradise, starting to extend their reach. You can see Ragnarok not too far away, having a potential line of sight down onto these compounds. Here we go. Shaco overstaying their welcome. They've been found and down they go. Ragnarok definitely looking to capitalize on the little bit of confusion up on the edge of that zone. Meanwhile, W7 pushing in on ARB. ONYX Ravens getting deleted. As NIGMA still hold on to a bit of that bootcamp positioning. NASR now having to push up as the zone is centered a little bit over towards the western side. Not as many teams that have to reposition now, but AZ running right over Smoker and Ricard, even though they tried to stop AZ with an S12K. That trike skin on the buggy really helping to just bulldoze on through. Down goes Stock, and now it's up to Osama. The hits are about to land. Dummy getting traded. Down they go. AZ now looking to capitalize. Looking to spring into action, but as is the side here of W7. Looking to play a little bit of a third-party opportunity here. Vision, in the meanwhile, will have to settle for something different as they get taken out in 14th. Not a single point to their name. Twisted Minds still just riding the smoke here, looking for that opportunity. AZ now having to reposition, as they are not having any success on that initial push. Now it's going to be Hero looking to push in. Osama goes down, and that is the ARB champions out in 14th. Following closely on the heels there of Vision. Brute Force now, in the meanwhile, turning their attention. You can see Neo is finding a little bit of that RTG action. R8, meanwhile, going up to the side of Twisted. Oh, the hits flying all over the place. Down goes Dammy. SK Ton will get traded, and now it is up to Prestige. Twisted playing a very interesting game here. RTG getting their ticket punch. Out they go. 2 points to their name, but a 12th place finish. So no replacement points in sight. AZ, Dammy could be in a world of trouble as the nade comes through, and that is exactly what happens. Prestige finds it, but Neos finds Prestige. 5 elims. What a performance that is coming through. This was the rush as Ricard tried to get the hits in, but AZ denied them any of that. And now Neos absolutely beaming with adrenaline, trying to get themselves situated, positioned up in towards zone. Santa lying on the edge could play the upset. Still quite a bit of a ways to go, and that is exactly what happens. Santa spots the opportunity, and down they go. Alright, so now it is going to be up to the Gangsters and GEEKAY. can hear the shots. A cacophony of action. Of lead flying all over the place. That is W7 trying to find triple. In the meanwhile, NIGMA doing their due diligence. Looking to see if they can find any potential plays to make here. Meanwhile, CONQUEROR Iraq will get taken on out in 8th place though. 4 elims up. It's not a bad finish. R8, they were leading the charge with aggression, but they then also had to settle for only 6 points. So CONQUEROR then with 3 elims and 1 placement point. Who's going to be the team to go out in 7th? Ooh, W7 are moving up. Looking to rush in on the GANGSTERS. 4v4 potentially. But GANGSTERS in need of those points. W7 sitting on 2 though. Beautiful nade onto Yakuza, but it doesn't find anything instead. It finds Walsh. Down goes Jafar, and that is now the GANGSTERS in a world of trouble. As they are down to A Buddy and Kevin looking to hold steady. Yep, that's going to be the end of triple as their mud has been found. So we are left with our final 6 teams. Zone getting ready to pop as well. Oh, and it moves in favor of GEEKAY, NIGMA, and of course the side of the Falcons. So NASR going to have a pretty tough time to push on through. Again, I mean, there's not a lot of occupied space ahead of them. But still not the easiest region to push into. Now GEEKAY getting down to business. Oh, but a nade, a beautiful nade from a hero. Does find Gaith, and that is now applying all the pressure on Ragnar and Hope. Yakuza coming in for a little bit of fortification. Pulling the vehicle up. W7 now finding themselves being put on a bit of a back foot. Yes, they've been dealing some beautiful nades, but they still need to rotate in. Falcons also going to be looking to make a bit of a play here. They have a great opportunity here. 2 players in zone, 2 players out. With Amar and Never Alone now looking to just join up. Bring in the numbers, bring in the barrels. In doing so, they can take a full-on onslaught to the side here of NASR. As you can see, Spec and Co now pushing up. Spec and Clever. Starch, Xenox, still going to be hanging back. Oh, beautiful spray, beautiful spray. Spec gets it done. We've seen what Spec is capable of. They've been flexing a little bit earlier today. But now Spec being presented with a bit of an opportunity to try and replicate that yet again. Down to the final 6 still we hold. A Buddy for GANGSTERS. As you can see, just a little bit further up north on that mini-map. NASR now getting pressured by the blue. They have to push forward. Falcons going to be trying to capitalize here as they know NASR needs to move towards them. Clever now taking quite a bit of damage. Starch and Spec trying to uphold it, but up comes the spray. Pablo locking it in. Falcons trying to find the angles, and there we go as NASR gets swept off their feet. GANGSTERS getting traded as well, but now Falcons having to repay all the effort that they've just expended. Now Hope, Ragnar continuing to capitalize, and we are down to GEEKAY and NIGMA fighting for that winner chicken dinner. NIGMA though being blessed with zone possession. Coops, Freak, Raouf now going to be applying the pressure as they push on forward. GEEKAY, our strongest performing team when it comes to the map of Sanhok, now truly going to get tested. Oh, but the nades are in, and that is it. A beautiful, victorious play. NIGMA rising up and claiming that winner chicken dinner. One of the craziest plays we've seen from NIGMA so far on this map. So what an improvement, what a statement this is coming through from them. But of course, well, we've been waiting to see something similar to that happen for the side of NIGMA. If you remember, looking back at what we had previous season, NIGMA, this map, Sanhok, was not one of their strong points, but it seems like that it was just an illusion, right? Because now they've proved that they are super confident, super competent, making their way through this. Yes, I'm not quite sure how they're going to be mooking their way, but sure, right? We'll take it. Either which way, a very, very satisfying performance coming through from the side of NIGMA. And that is going to add to the tally, putting them up on, I believe, 27 total points for the day. So a very, very good run indeed. Of course, 12 eliminations in total. That's what we've seen so far from their end. GEEKAY still holding on to a bit of a lead with regards to the day's performance. As we've seen those two winner chicken dinners come in, it makes a whole bucket load of sense. But of course, well, we are going to be waiting for the map ranking now to see exactly how many points our respective teams were able to secure and how that all then reflects over on towards our overall standings. As essentially that is what the teams are going to be pushing for, right? Only the top 10 is going to be able to make it over in towards Livik. So let's take a look and see, as we have 17 points going over to the side there of NIGMA, 15 going to the side of the Falcons, and then of course GEEKAY picking up a lovely 11. So good to see the attempts, the efforts coming through. Triple CONQUEROR, very, very balanced. As you can see, both teams with 4 points, acquiring it in exactly the same way. And we're not even going to head into the second page. Instead, we are going to be taking a look here at Neo's Ragnar, Santa, Neverlone, and A-Buddy for their performances here. Neo's, no surprise to see that come in, but a very, very strong play indeed, right? That coming through as a solo. And of course, and now we return to our second page. As we can see, Twisted, ONYX holding steady there, both team with 4 points on the board. ARB Champions and Vision being our customers here at the lovely one-stop donut shop. Getting the points in. Well, getting the donuts in, right? You got to add in that sugar if you want to have the spice. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at a few of the amazing replays that we had from this past match. A lot of hard work being done across the board. Santa was such a great spray that we had there on towards Neo's. Here we go now. You gotta commend the side of NASR. They tried so hard to push through from that southern edge. You know, really looking to see what they could bring in. But essentially, as we know, right, it was going straight over to the side of NIGMA. But all of that being said, Falcons still surprisingly holding up a very strong performance, right? 10 eliminations, 1,600 damage being dealt. Very, very satisfying. And I mean, some pure aggression being shown across the board there with our top 5 teams all picking it up in excess of 1,000 damage. Of course, Falcons finishing on 1,400, so very, very strong statistics. But it is Sanhok as the map that we really expect to see this kind of performance come from the teams. So I think all of this is kind of, to an extent, prepared the teams to see how they are going to be performing on our very last map of the day before we get to Livik. Of course, we are going to be stepping over into a little bit of that Erangel action, right? The bread and butter of PUBG, to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. So, as we know, speaking about statistics, NIGMA, a really strong team when it comes to that. I mean, they've been just showing their worth, right? Just really locking it in. Sitting on a grand total of 62 points, 39 eliminations. The ARP champions have been able to replicate the same amount of elims, but the difference being is that we're not going to be seeing them, right? So, of course, this is going to be the ending point, at least for our top 4 teams, rather, over in Group A, as we are going to be hopping into that last Erangel of the day, right? So it's all going down right to this to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. So ARB champions, they're going to have to push CONQUEROR Iraq, as well as the players from NASR, and then, of course, the players from Vision, none of which we see on this page. So this is the opportunity to try and lock it in. Of course, Vision is going to be the highest positioned team out of Group A, followed then by the players coming through from NASR. We've got ARB, and then, of course, we got the players there from CONQUEROR in their respective positions. So it's all going to boil down to how they are going to be looking to play this final Erangel. Will it be enough? Because as we know, only the top few goes through into that. Currently, we do have KR-E-SPORTS, the gatekeepers here. Twisted still having a bit of an opportunity to get that last extra bit of a push, right? To get themselves into the top 10. And maybe we could see a few other teams joining us for our very, very first Livik. But, yeah, speaking of the performances that we've had so far, I see one coming through saying that NASR has been having a pretty tough day. Yes, it's not been the most ideal day, but you know what? It is what it is at the end of the day. I mean, if you're basing that on just what we saw now, maybe not. But, you know, NASR could definitely look to add a few more points to the board. Of course, they are still going to be looking to contest for that top 10. They are just holding on the edge. Right, just on the very edge. So it's such a close position. We could maybe see them break through and gain that entry in towards the top 10. From what I understand, I can't really check everything properly now, but I believe there's going to be the top 10. Right? Don't hold me to that. But we'll see. Of course, let me just try and double check that we are a top 12. There we go. Top 12 is going to be moving to Livik, right? That is what I can see on my screens. So we'll go with top 12. But either which way, it is all going to boil down to at least the last Erangel to determine who's going to be making it to that point, right? Because we've been seeing a lot of hard work, a lot of fighting coming through. I mean, we've had NIGMA with that winner chicken dinner, ONYX Ravens with the winner chicken dinner, and of course GEEKAY picking up 2, both of which has come through on the lovely Miramar itself. But now with ONYX Ravens securing the chicken dinner on Erangel, are they going to be able to replicate that moving into this last one yet again? I don't know. I honestly don't know because, well, we know in fact that they are going to be playing. But it is all going to boil down to how they are going to be looking to push through this one, right? So it's all down to this. That is it. Who knows? But yeah, we'll be finding out pretty soon what the teams are going to be bringing in, as we have just about a minute or so left on the clock before we are going to be spawning the lovely Erangel itself. So if you guys want to give your predictions, if you want to give your outcome for this last match, let me know. Where do you think the flight path is going to go? Who do you think is going to be team to carry up that winner chicken dinner? Of course, where do you think we are going to be having the teams need to move towards? Is it going to be another southern zone like we've seen in the previous Erangels? Could it maybe change up completely and take us elsewhere? Is it going to center up towards that entire ferry pier position yet again? Who knows? Maybe we could see a little bit of something heading up towards the northern side. In fact, it could be going anywhere. But based on what we can see on the clock, I think we might be heading into a bit of a break, seeing that they've just extended the clock. So, yeah, there might be a break coming up very soon before we are going to be hopping in, maybe just trying to iron out a few bumps, a few kinks along the road, right? Who knows? But, of course, in the meanwhile, let's see how it goes. If you have any predictions, be sure to let me know. Curious to hear what your thoughts are. Curious to see what you guys think the outcome of this match will be. Also, do you think we are going to be having any major changes, any major upset when it comes to the top 12, moving through on towards Livik? What's your thoughts? Do you think we are going to be seeing any changes with regards to that? Or do you think that the teams that we have currently situated within that are pretty much just locked in, right? Because based on the points that we've had so far, based on what we've seen the teams doing to this point, right? The top 12 runs all the way towards NASR, but NASR and ARB champions are sitting on 100 points each. But as we know, there's nothing more that they can do. They've played their 20 matches, and that is it. So I think there is a bit of an opportunity potentially now for GANGSTERS W7 really to rake in the points moving into this last match. I think that could be the play to make. Also, Vision sitting on 103 points. Again, not all that safe. Not really too much of a secure play. So the upset could definitely still come through as we are going to be looking to see how that is going to be changing up, and whether or not the top 12 is going to be the top 12 to make it up into the Livik match, right? The current top 12, of course, is what I'm referring to. But of course, we are going to have to wait all too much longer, as we are going to be hopping in to see exactly what the flight path is going to be giving us, and of course, where our teams are going to be having to drop in towards, as we are waiting for the map to be revealed. A very serious face that we saw on the opposite end there, but of course, here we go as we jump right on in. Flight path about to be revealed. It does seem like we are indeed going to be having a rehost. We already, yeah, we are going to be having a rehost. So that is going to be it. Of course, we have to wait a little while longer until we can see exactly what the lovely Erangel is going to bring for us. In the meanwhile, let's get ready, as we could either be taking a bit of a break, or I'm going to have to talk about more stuff, right? But let's see. Well, we'll have an idea pretty soon as to exactly what could be unfolding here. Normally, the rehosts come through quite fast. So hopefully, not going to be too much of a thing on that one. But you got to commend, though, the positionings that we've been seeing so far. Some very, very exciting plays. Are we going to have another 22 elimination chicken coming in? Could it not maybe potentially be a 17 elim chicken? We don't know. I mean, those are kind of the chickens that we've been seeing so far today, right? Even looking at the one that we had dating back. Well, actually, game number 4 was only 7. Then we had 15 coming through on game number 3. Number 2 was that insane 22 bomb that was dropped. And aside from that, that's pretty much the consistency that we've had, right? Normally coming through with those single-digit winner chicken dinners. But of course, this is going to be that opportunity now to really lock it in, to hone it in for match number 5. Because we know Livik is on the line. So, yeah, let's see who's going to be making it up in towards that position. It does seem like we are still just waiting to figure out whether or not we are going to be taking a break, or whether or not the rehost is going to just boil straight on in. But either which way, it is just time. So if you guys have any particular questions that you want answered, game related, of course, be sure to hop them in, and we'll see if we can get you the answers to those questions. Also, just your general thoughts, right? Be sure to share them as well. Definitely based on Erangel's performances, as I've been talking about it a little bit. NIGMA, strong team, yeah, 100% of course. But then Quest and Slime Machine. I mean, those are the 2 teams that have been able to secure themselves 2 winner chicken dinners. So I think there could be a bit of a potential play coming through from their end. I mean, it makes sense to see them really trying to push for that positioning. Also, then looking at where they currently are with regards to the top 10. I mean, Slime Machine very securely positioned in that. Quest just on their heels, only 10 points separating those 2 teams. So let's see if they are going to be maybe able to improve their positionings, because I think essentially, aside from them not having to really worry about top 10, they have the opportunity now to try and play for points. And of course, there is a 100-point difference between 9th and 1st place. That's a pretty vast gap, right? Quite the exceptional gap. But of course, well, speaking about which, it seems like we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys back in a short few moments. Alright, so we are getting ready to hop on in. Probably helps if I have the mic in the right place, right? Otherwise, you're not exactly going to be hearing me from all over the place. But either which way, we are getting ready to hop on in. As you can hear the music, that only means one thing. It is time for us to get right down to business. Here we go. It is going to be that opportunity now for us to see exactly what the flight path will have in store as it starts over at Malta Power, making its way across towards George. So interesting flight path here. Again, rather centralized, but from what we've been seeing so far, we also have been having a little bit of a southern situation come through with regards to that zone shift. So curious to see if that is going to be the case here yet again. The probability of the zone just sticking to the south, pretty crazy. But let's see what the teams are going to do. I mean, this might be giving them some false hope, having them think that they are going to be pulling up north. Instead, they go somewhere else. But let's hope that is going to be the situation. That is going to be the case. Just waiting in anticipation for this match. Alright, so the zone this time around settling rather for more centered positioning. I mean, well, we'll take it, right? We'll take it. we are going to be taking it. So it doesn't exactly go up to Savoni, it doesn't exactly go to Millie, it is right in between the two, centered up almost towards Pachinki. NIGMA now finding themselves smack dab center zone. West taking a bit of occupancy there of the lovely Gatka and the surrounding area. So curious to see how these teams are going to be looking to play it out. GEEKAY and KR can get right down to business. We have Twisted taking a bit of a 2-2 split there, as we got Crypto, one of their teammates, dropping on that southern edge. Dambi and one of the other teammates going for a more northern positioning up towards Malta, but we could potentially see either Dambi and Co rotating down or Crypto and Co rotating up north. It does seem like Crypto is going to be pushing up north. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Falcons and NEXX holding up in Yasnaya Poliana. So again, nothing really out of the ordinary for these two teams. This is exactly what we've been expecting to see come through from them. Almost for a moment there wondered where ARB is, and then I realized, hang on a second. It's game number 5. They're not playing this match. But here we go. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Triple and Sly not having us wait for the action. Instead, they are going to be looking to create it as they get right down to business, rushing forward into it. I see, here we go. Triple also going about their loot business up in farm. But again, nothing too crazy on that front. No one here to contest them. We do see the players from Sly Machine a little bit further away. But no one really overly committing rather to any potential rushes. We got Quest still making their way up and around the lovely Gatka. Again, exploring their own options, trying to see where they can maybe find some additional loot. But this is going to be an interesting push here coming through from the side of Quest. I mean, especially if they continue a little bit further west. You know, Quest in the west could find themselves a little bit of that W7. It's not exactly going to be on the 7th degree, but I guess it works, right? So the number is there. they are finding themselves situated at 270 degrees. So, I mean, that makes sense. So that's where the 7 and W7 comes through. It's west, it's 270. You know, everything really lines up on that front. Speaking about degrees, though, Brute Force also holding on towards the north, which is going to be Savoni and shooting range. Repod too lazy to open doors. Instead is going to just blow them wide open. I mean, sure, why not? Right? Why not? So it is going to be a race to try and secure the top 12. Right, moving forward into Livik. So let's see who's going to be the one to pull it off. Of course, from what we can see up at the top of the screen, the top 12 stops at NASR. Sat on those 100 points, as I mentioned before. But we do have the ARB champions that also are on 100, but they are done for the day. They've played their 12 matches, or their 5 matches. 4 matches. We'll find the number eventually. Just start at 1 and continue to count up until I eventually reach the number I'm looking for. But of course now the players here from GANGSTERS could have a bit of an opportunity. Only 2 points away from catching up. So GEEKAY, ONYX, Ravens, and NIGMA, they've been having a really, really good day so far. Our top point owners sitting on 53, 42, and 34 points respectively. ONYX Ravens, though, with the most elims, 32, 20 of 2 of which came through from game number 2. Prediction going through that RTG could potentially be the one to get that winner chicken dinner. I mean, it's an interesting point to make, seeing that RTG, they've already been able to secure 1. They are sitting in 5th place with regards to total points earned, sitting on 57. So let's see, GEEKAY now going to be holding onto center zone. A lot of teams starting to encircle them. We got R8, W7 getting ready for a bit of a numbers game over on towards the west. KR, IKURD, NIGMA, Quest holding on to the west and towards the south. So quite an encircled position coming through onto the side here of GEEKAY. Meanwhile, ONYX Ravens going to be pushing in on towards R8. Trying to get a little bit of that Everest spice going through as we wait to see where this next zone will be taking us. There is the lovely map of Erangel down below. If you've never seen a top-down view, well, this is also technically a top-down view because it is, right? But that is just a different way to get into the map. It's a nice little bit of exploration coming through with regards to the opportunities as the zone is going to be taking us further down south. It seems like Erangel now is kind of fixated on either Ferry Pier or the south, right? Yes, both positions are towards the south, but I mean, this is just something crazy. Of course, there's still also a bit of an opportunity for the zone to pull up in towards Chinky, so not quite sure if that is going to be on the cards, but I sincerely, truly hope that we could be looking at a bit of a Pachinki play, seeing that all the teams are avoiding Pachinki now. Here we go, Brute Force. I'm making the push. R8 also going to be playing on in. I mean, I like the fact here that Brute Force are essentially chasing the side there of R8 as both teams head down towards what could be Ferry Pier. So far, Ferry Pier is in the clear. So So who knows what this one could bring on in. Rio keeping it nice and quiet. I mean, they've already lost. Well, already have a knock in on the team. Triple now getting ready to break down doors. If you did see Brute Force's way of rotating through buildings, you know, why use your hands when you've got a shotgun? Just pull the trigger, open the doors in a little bit more of an explosive way. Right? You blow the door open. Yes, GEEKAY sitting with a 50-point lead. That is pretty insane. 120 eliminations. The eliminations alone that they've got is the exact same amount as what Slime Machine and ONYX Ravens have in totality. And they're not done yet. They still have this match to play through. So let's see. Are they gonna bully the rest of the lobby, or what is the play gonna be? Hey, what's up, Bricks? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Unfortunately, I can't translate. I have to stick on the language that I am right now. Hey. Well, let's see what the result of this push is going to be, though, for Triple. As Rio and RTG are trying to lock it down, trying to contest the sixes here. Groza, Kalaga goes down. Dammy with a beautiful hit there. Twisted all the way down from that southern edge. You can see the team's now prepping for a little bit of a cook fest here. It is about to go down. No one really moving up in towards the northwest just yet. Bandar result trying to lock it down. Kalaga getting traded. Rio looking to push up, but down they go. Riva trying to see if they can maybe avenge their teammates. Triple just doubling down. Coming out of left field. Just popping off like it's no one's business. But I mean, this is a good push for the side here of Triple. I mean, they are finding themselves sat in about the middle of the board with regards to their performances on Erangel. Now this will help to increase that. Riva now having to play from the underground as Triple gets ready to mount the assault. Oh, Riva finds the first. It's not over just yet. Ah, now it is. The final hits have been delivered, and the result is RTG getting sent out in 16th position. GANGSTERS also going to be inching their way through from the southern edge. It's still a big push that has to come through. I mean, essentially the teams now have the opportunity to try and change the top 12, right? As you can see, nothing has changed, at least coming through out of the gate. But the push is imminent. Sitting here, staring at the screen, trying to figure out where NASR is, only to realize that they're in Group A, right? So I'm not going to find them on the map. Because they are essentially right there alongside the ARB champions, gatekeeping the top 12. So, GANGSTERS, W7, having a great opportunity here to creep on in. The same could be said for CONQUEROR Iraq, but in the meanwhile, NEXX though, trying to rake in a few more points. They are down to 3 Zars. The Falcons now find themselves in a bit of a challenging position. Meanwhile, it is going to be the GANGSTERS and Twisted Gangsters trying to double down. They need at least 3 points to hop into top 12. 1 down, 2 down. Come on, get 1 more. Get 1 more. Twisted already secured in the top 12. It came in holding on to 11th place. Ooh, what a nice nade. What a nice nade. So they need 1 more point, right? By they, I'm referring to the Gangsters. They need 1 more point. Let's take a look at the top of the screen. We'll see the scores updated there. The Gangsters now sitting on a bubble, right? So they've climbed up into 12th place. That means that NASR and ARB have been dethroned. Getting moved on down into 13th and 14th place respectively. Let's see how the rest of this match is going to play out as Next X gets X'd in 15. At least walking away with that point. That puts them on a grand total tally of 44 points. But only 9 placement points. CONQUEROR Iraq could also still, well, I mean, if they were here, never mind that. I was about to say they could make a play, but instead it's going to be up to W7 to see what they can find. I mean, W7 trailing by about 9-10 points. Again, they also need to try and get up to about 100, maybe just beyond 100. We'll see at the top of the screen once we get there. Meanwhile, KR, they don't have to worry about positioning. They can just look to advance a little bit further forward as they do find themselves on 105 points. W7, yep, sitting on 91. So they need at least 9, maybe a little bit more points to get themselves situated as well. ONYX Ravens, nowhere near the 22 eliminations we saw come through from them earlier. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it does seem like KR gonna try and stop the side of ONYX Ravens. Oh, but Saad though, beautiful DBS. Quick response coming through from Vigors and Go. Oh, was that it? No, ONYX Ravens down to Saleh. Going from 22 eliminations to 2. Quite a bit of a change up. Yep, there we go. That is it. Two eliminations is what the ONYX Ravens will have to settle for in this round. So no chicken dinner. And 20 less points. Also no placement points getting delivered to them. Meanwhile, Slime Machine just crashing through the vehicles. We got IKURD just holding towards the north here. Ooh, Quest though getting involved with R8. The shots fly on through. SK-Ton is down. Easy is down. The shotties coming out yet again. Container trying to dodge, but Ida says no. And that is Quest getting stopped in their tracks. It is the end of the road. Of course, now the fight continues to just linger on as R8 push a little bit further down south. Meanwhile, NIGMA finding a bit of an opportunity there as well. Lord looking to gatekeep the Gangsters. Amar looks to be quite determined on getting something pulled off towards this very edge positioning. Unfortunately for them, it does seem like NIGMA are just going to be backing off ever so slightly, allowing them that opportunity to get back on their feet. But now W7 making a mad dash up north. Up they come. Down goes Hero. Oh, Santa's down. Gate looking to hold steady, hold strong. But they got that MG3 thing in hand. Just with that, absolutely obliterates the entirety of W7. Wow. Golden landing that hit on Yakuza definitely did help take them out. But now Rauf also about to get challenged. No, in fact, it was never alone that got jumped. Falcons running into quite a few problems here. Emad getting spotted up on the hill. Bandar there to lend a bit of a helping hand. Twisted now situated smack dab center zone. Dami and AZ going to be looking to hold it together. But down to the final 8 we go. The fight for top 12 continues. Triple going to be looking to make that dash, looking to see if they can acquire the necessary points. I think it is safe to say that Brute Force, based on their points that we can see at the top of the screen, are not necessarily going to be making it. It's quite a bit of a difference with regards to points. Ali, you just gotta love that sound, right? When you run out of ammo, your mag is empty. The cluck cluck that comes through, and this is how Gaith just ripped it up. Santa getting taken on down. The first one falls, the second one falls, the third one is about to fall, and that was it. W7 running themselves into the lobby. Beautiful defensive plays. But of course, now NIGMA still holding on to that 3-piece as Lord now looks to join up with Rauf. We're yet to see Coops pull forward as well. Triple perched on the roofs here. We can see if they can spot a bit of an opportunity. They've got Slime Machine just on the edge. And a potential line of sight down on towards Twisted Minds, holding on to center. Here we go. GEEKAY down to 1. IKURD holding on to some good numbers, but that is going to be Brute Force out in 7th place. IKURD now moving up to enjoy the spoils. Still a long way to go. A lot of pressure now getting applied on towards Gaith as well, as you can see up on that mini-map, just holding towards that western position. Yes, this is indeed the last match of League for Phase 1. But we still have Livik coming up after this. Only the top 12 teams will be moving through into that. So be sure to stay tuned. Triple in a good position here. They can actually accomplish quite a bit. I mean, are they going to be able to get into the top 12? I don't know. But a position like the one they're holding right now could definitely look to make things a lot more easier for them. GANGSTERS, of course, now occupying that 12th position as we look to see where the rest of the teams are. NASR, ARB champions, getting relegated down to 13th and 14th. Triple currently sitting on 85 points, so they are still 15 points short. So they need at least 20 eliminations. Or 5 more and a winner chicken dinner. Just to be on 100 points. So let's see whether or not that is going to be on the cards for them. Gaith now again with that MG3. Unfortunately, not going to be able to run rampant yet again, as IKURD does close the door for them. Down to the final 5 we go. Slime Machine now stepping up to Triple. Knocking on the door. IKURD getting pressured on the edge of zone. Oh, but here we go. Triple getting met with aggression. Bandar on the front line drops down. Slime Machine gonna continue the onslaught, looking to just break down the barriers. And in doing so, they could alleviate quite a bit of pressure for them to rotate back in towards that next phase. But now Slime Machine getting absolutely ripped wide open. Down goes Attacker. Now it is up to 13 to survive. Triple holding nice and steady. And Mud with a beautiful nade does find Fashe. IKURD still relentless in their efforts, trying to push forward, but the position being held here by NIGMA is going to present quite a bit of a problem for them. Aram, yeah, last ditch effort trying to squeeze on in, but the utility is there as AZ meets them halfway. IKURD now down to a two-piece. Potentially. Unless, of course, Unknown can mend that health bar. 13 now getting met. Oh, down they go. The final two teams. It is NIGMA fighting for possession against the side of Triple. Triple still need 4 more elims, but unfortunately they can only find 3. As NIGMA, well, is holding on to a 3-piece. So will there be enough available points for Triple to try and close that gap? They need at least 100 points to make it into the top 12. You can see the scores up at the top of the screen. We got 3 teams currently sat on 100 points. So Triple will need to play the best Erangel they've played to date. They will need to get their very first winner chicken dinner. So no room for any mistakes to come through, but instead it is going to be Bandar being put down. NIGMA already on 9 eliminations. Triple holding on 6. Imad now abandoning that initial approach, trying to bring Bandar back into the fight. Look at the result go, finding Raouf. Will Lord be the next victim? Well, if Groups has anything to say about the matter, the answer will most likely be no. Slow, steady tap, looking for that headshot. Lord now deciding whether or not they want to tempt fate or maybe go for a different approach. As you can see, Triple now taking the plunge, rushing forward. Oh, down goes Raouf. NIGMA down to a 2-piece. Oh, and Mud gets traded. Result, Bandar having to keep it nice and concise. You can't falter. Everything is on the line. They need those points to make the play for top 12 rather. But will it be a viable push? They are sitting on 7 elims. They could potentially find 2 more. That will put them on 9. But as we look at the scores at the top of the screen, add 2 more to that, it puts us on 89 plus 10, makes it 99. So I'm not quite sure whether or not Triple will be able to squeeze themselves up into that top 12. That, of course, is if my brain is mathing correctly. In the meanwhile, Lord now trying to suppress the advances here, coming through from Triple. They've seen Bandar, they've seen Emad push on through. Triple still holding on to decent, strong numbers here. But is that going to be enough to get the jump in on NIGMA? NIGMA being NIGMA at the end of the day is going to prove to be quite a challenging play. As you can see, Bandar getting taken down. Emad now trying to figure out what the play is going to be. NIGMA holding on to a slight bit of zone blessing here. Have the advantage. Emad now. Oh, down they go. They get sprayed, and that is it. NIGMA Galaxy picking up their second chicken of the day. Previous one, of course, going through on Sanhok. Now they were able to replicate those efforts moving through into Erangel. And what an amazing, amazing sort of events it has been for them. An absolutely phenomenal push coming through. Of course, then walking away with 12 eliminations to their name. Now, as we know, right, the race for the top 12 has been ongoing. Right, we need to see who has been able to make it in. But of course, before we get into that, we are going to be taking a look at our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to secure and whether or not it has been enough to bring in the necessary changes, to bring in the necessary upsets to make it through all the way in towards that top 12. But you just got to commend the efforts being brought through there by Triple. I mean, they tried exceptionally hard, really trying to play the best possible spreads that they could find. But going up against a team like NIGMA is a very tall order, right? Especially looking at the respective performances that we've had across the board when it comes to the Erangel map, right? NIGMA being the top performers, now sitting on a grand total of 84 points that they've been able to secure on the map, 51 of which has come through based only on eliminations. Now, if we look towards the side of Triple, they found 54 in total, right? So their total amount of points that they've been able to find on the map, that is exactly the same, pretty much, as what NIGMA has been able to secure just on eliminations. So it does speak as to the capability of the team from NIGMA, right? And just what an immense force they are to go up against on a map that they are, well, goats on, right? They are just absolute goats when it comes to that. But of course, well, we'll be getting into those points momentarily to see who's going to be making it through over onto Vikendi to have yet another opportunity to stretch their legs. Of course, speaking about points, here we go. We are heading straight in. It is going to be 22 going over to the side of NIGMA. 13. Going to the side of IKURD-E-SPORTS. IKURD also then locking in their 13 pointers. Twisted and R8 walking away with 7 either side. Sly and FALCONS with 5. And of course, as we continue down to the second page, it is going to be Quest and Road to Glory on their road to the donut shop. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Now, yeah, if math is going to be a strong point here today, we know that Triple was sitting on 85 points, so they needed 15 to reach 100. And, well, 85 plus 13, which is 2 points shy, I think means that it's safe to say that they didn't exactly accomplish what they set out to, right? It is what it is. But yeah, some pretty sweaty plays coming through in this match. We are yet to jump into the last one. We are about to find out who our first top 12 will be. And of course, after that, right, aside from Livik, it is going to be the opportunity for the teams then to get awarded their bonus points. And those bonus points counting towards the finals. So the first week about to come to a conclusion here. Ooh. There we go. Gonna win a chicken and some dinner. Of course, 2,700 damage getting down to the side, well, by the side rather, of NIGMA. You can see there 12 elims up. Triple coming through with 1,954. Managing to find 7 elims, but the strongest conversion rate is definitely going to go to the side of IKURD, right? 8 eliminations out of 1,457 damage. Lord, stealing the show essentially with the most damage, the most elims, one of which, of course, coming through from that utility. Ali picking up the longest head of 293 with Ado walking away with 10.7 kilometers. Almost hitting 11, right? Not that 11 is any different to 10.731, but, you know, numbers are numbers at the end of the day, and we'll just sit here and read them off. Of course, a phenomenal performance coming through then from the side there of Lord and the rest of the NIGMA team. But now it's going to be opportunity and the chance for us to take a look and see who has made it up into that top 12, right? Is because, well, that is going to be our Livik squads getting ready to flex a little bit out in the lovely, well, what do we want to call it? Because Livik has a lot of flowers, right? In the fields. They can go flex their feet in the fields, right? Might as well just get the job done, right? But yeah, let's see what that leaderboard is going to look like. We are getting ready to do everything. So it's all going to come down. They are, of course, having a very lengthy, in-depth discussion over on the Arabic side. Now, well, we could look to play a little bit of a mixtionary, but I don't think that is going to be very fitting at this point. Of course, we'll be transitioning up in towards those overall rankings. I can see them on my side, but I can't reveal them just yet, right? We'll have to wait until it is shown, and of course, well, that's the cue as we take a look at it. GEEKAY sitting on a very glorious 215 points. 5 winner chicken dinners and 124 points. On the eliminations alone, they would be sat in 7th place, 1 ahead of the ONYX Ravens. So very, very heavy, sweaty performance coming through on there, and well done. What a performance it has been so far. But of course, the first page is exciting and interesting and all the glorious, lovely things we can add to that. But let's take a look at the second page. This is the important page. It is the race for the top 12. GANGSTERS closing it up. Twisted Minds jumping up 2 slots into 9th. With Vision getting moved down 2 as a result of that. GANGSTERS also then down 2, but as we take a look at it here, NASR and ARB getting moved down, Triple moving up 2 into 15th. Wow, just a few points short. Just a few points short. 7 to be exact, right? Missing the part there by 7 points. I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day. So, valiant effort being brought through. We know who our top 12 are going to be moving into this last little stretch. But, of course, as we know, Livik, quick, fast map, right? The action is going to come in hot as the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated and, well, of course, spread out, right? Of course, we are going to be having a few of those monster trucks making their way on in as well, as we also see, well, pretty much on the rest of the maps. But I think the exciting part is whether or not we are going to be having a little bit of contention come through into, you know, like Grabgrass, where the teams are going to be dropping. I want to see what these locations are going to be looking like as the teams look to get themselves spread out. But before we do any of that, it's break time. Quick break. Because, well, we need to go plant the flowers, the bushes, the things, right? We need to get it all ready, so be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you guys right back in a short few moments.
فريق، كيف حسيت برجعتكم على موسم الجيمرز زي تحديدا بطولة البي ام ار سي اللي كانت بعنوان ام اي ضد الريجن الاوروبي، وكيف كان تقييمك للبطولة بشكلها؟
PMRC was kind of special actually. For me personally, I was thinking that my team is in a really good shape, and we wanted to actually try it in PMRC and see how prepared are we for PMPL. And I would say we're pretty good, but we still have some mistakes. We'll try to fix them for PMPL, because there is a lot on stake for PMPL. Qualifies to PMGC, so our main goal is to qualify to PMGC right now. I will see in PM.
تحديدا راجنوم كاريا، شو ممكن توجه لهم كلمة بعد المستوى اللي قدمه؟
I simply just congratulate them. They definitely deserved it more than us. That's why they won it. So just congratulations and see you in the next tournament.
فريق حاب يعني تذكر لنا من أكثر البطولات اللي أثرت عليك في الماضي اللي حصلت فيها مراكز ممتازة، وشو هدفك في المستقبل والهدف الأكبر لفريق؟
My past achievements, I mean, it's gotta be two times PMPL. The first time we got top 2 in the MEA, it was the first time that we get the results against the other regions, and also top 3 PMGC and top 4 PMWI last year. But my main goal has always been to be the global champion.
شو الخطط الموجودة عند فريق بالتدريب وبالتكتيكات الجديدة ليحاول يرجع أمجاد نجمة جالاكسي السابقة في 2020-2021؟
I think I'm trying to improve the team from I changed my role to from support to fragger lately, and my team was weak in close encounters, so I'm just trying my best to be really good in close range and helped the team a lot, so that I cover the weakness that I have. So hopefully we will be good.
فيك حاب تذكر لي شيء تعلمته واخذت منه اكتسبت خبرة مو عادية إن كان في ببجي السنوات الأخيرة أو من حياتك الواقعية خلال فترة الإي سبورت اللي أنت فيها ببجي موبايل متعددة ال5 سنوات؟
I think my biggest experiences was from PUBG Mobile, to be honest. The pressure, I was something new. It's a high level thing. You're trying to compete. It made me realize a lot of things, and handling hard situations. I would say I took a lot of experience from PMGC East League. PMGC East League was a really tough competition, and it was the first time that we before, so we worked really hard to try to come back and be on the level of the other teams, and we turned out the result was pretty good.
All right. We are getting ready to hop straight on into our last match for phase number 1. It is going to be Livik. Now, if we look back at what we've seen happen previously, right, we only have Vikendi to look back on because that's what we had in the previous season. So, I mean, looking at Vikendi from what we had, FALCONS, NIGMA, Brute Force, and GEEKAY were some really strong performers when it came to that map. But of course, now this being Livik, it's a different map, right? So the statistics really need to change. And of course, we are going to be curious to see how the teams are going to be performing. Based on what we've had happen in this phase so far, I think Sanhok could potentially be one of the maps that we could be, you know, really leaning towards to see what the teams are going to be bringing in and how that is going to be playing out. But of course, well, based on our statistics that we have for the lovely Sanhok, it is going to be GEEKAY, R8, and the rest of the crews. But of course, as you're curious to see as to how Livik is going to be working, we do have our crossbow finishes coming through there. So the most eliminations with crossbow is awarded $300. Then, of course, we got the one with the greatest style of taking down an opponent. 5 points coming through for Pan, 3 points coming through for vehicle, and of course, just a point coming through for utility use. Then we do have the other one was going to be the most eliminations. Oh, no, the one-man army. That's the one in the middle that we have there. We have the popularity vote as well, being worth 300 votes. $300 rather. 300 votes, sure. Then, of course, the last one is going to be, well, for the most elims, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I think that is what it is. My Arabic, as I said before, is not exactly on par. If it was, I would be casting and commentating in Arabic. Unfortunately, yes. It is what it is. But yeah, we'll keep you up to date with everything that is going to be available moving through into this match. As we know, there's going to be a lot to look forward to. We're going to have 12 teams on a very tiny map, right? Even tinier than Sanhok. So based on our performances that we've seen come through on Sanhok, GEEKAY definitely being the team that has been dominating there with regards to performance. 2 winner chicken dinners, as we've seen. R8, second runner-up. But there is quite a bit of a drop-off with regards to that. But if we look at aggression, I think it is going to be a bit of a 5-way split, right? We've got 3 teams sitting in excess of 20 eliminations to their name. That is going to be FALCONS, Twisted, NIGMA, R8, and GEEKAY. I think it's going to be between those teams to see who will be performing like absolute goats out on the battlefield. But of course, as we know, it's all going to come down to how the teams handle themselves, how they are going to be looking to play through this one. And so for our top 12 teams that are going to be stepping out, we've already seen them, right? GEEKAY, NIGMA, R8, FALCONS, RTG, Sly, ONYX, Quest, as well as Twisted Minds, KR, Vision, and the GANGSTERS. Right, so those are our teams that will have the opportunity. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm just here. I'm having fun. If you guys appreciate it, well, I appreciate you. So thank you so much for sharing this entire event. You know, using all your time ups to be here. And of course, well, there's a reason why I don't do predictions. As you can see, predictions prove to be quite tough. Mayo and Cody have only been able to hit 4. Almola also only hitting 4. Legend hitting 3. And Yusuf, well, Yusuf has 1. Right. I don't know if that counts as Yusuf has 1 as in I won or 1, whichever. I mean, it's not a race, but it's still interesting to look at. But of course, in the meanwhile, we are going to be prepping ourselves. It does seem like everything has been planted on Livik, right? So the flowers are in bloom. We are going to be waiting now for the plane to warm itself up, ensuring that all the players are in their required seats. Of course, they don't have to have their seatbelts on because they are going to be yeeting out the plane. It's going to be quite difficult. Of course, you might have one or two players that do leave their seatbelts on, and as they jump, they actually take the entire plane with them. It's one of those things, right? We've not yet seen that happen, but there's a chance. There's an opportunity. Maybe something similar to that could be happening. I mean, I usually have the difficulty when I get out of the car and I forget to take the seatbelt off. I get up and I walk away with the car itself. You know, it's one of those things. So at least you don't have to pay for parking then, right? It works. If you believe me, good luck. But either which way, let's see what that Vikendi is going to bring on in. It does seem like we are going to be looking at a little bit of a stat breakdown while we wait to load everything in. It is between Gaith and Krups. Very similar statistics here. I mean, 462 damage versus 374 on the one side. 2.25 average damage, eliminations rather, versus Krups' 1.79. So it doesn't look to be much, but it equates to quite a steep figure. I mean, that is also only based on what we've been having come through in this very first phase. So there is quite a bit to look forward to. But of course, we also know that there is going to be a bit of a race for that MVP slot as well. So to translate Gaith's statistics that you can see there, that's around about 45 eliminations, more or less. If we look at Coops, that's about 34. So a 9 or 11 elimination difference coming in between the two of them. Santa is, however, sitting with more eliminations, sitting on 38. So who knows, right? But that is also then taking into account the amount of elimination they've been able to deal, how long they've been able to survive, a lot of different factors to look towards. So, yeah, maybe at the end of this phase, we could have a different MVP that we've been having coming through from the previous season. But of course, you know, all the excitement is going to be building up as we are just waiting for Livik to reveal itself. So if you have any potential predictions, any potential outcomes, anything that you think could be happening in Livik, be sure to let me know. Do you think Godzilla is going to come running in? Who knows, right? I know we're not in that stage of the game anymore, but, you know, whatever. We can take it for whatever it is. Koops is one of the finest players. I mean, Koops is a pretty strong player, but Koops is in the company of a whole bunch of strong players, right? If we look with regards to damage, the top damage dealers so far has been Gaith, Ida, Ragnarok, Volt, and then Koops, right? So Koops is sitting on a grand total of 7108, right? So 7108, that's the amount of damage that Koops has been able to deal. Volt has dealt 10 more than that. If we look at Ragnarok, Ragnarok is sitting on 2700. Ida sitting on 8181. That's quite a bit of a steep number. And then, of course, we've got Gaith coming through on 92 and 40. So some pretty impressive numbers being dealt. But, yeah, as we need to see all of that now come down to something, right? We need to have that last Livik just load on in. It does seem like they are still trying to iron out a few kinks along the way. So just bear with me as we find more things to discuss. And we wait to see what that map is going to be bringing in. Of course, it does seem like they are currently discussing a few other interesting facts, as you can see right here, talking about just what we've been having happen here in general. But another team that I'm also quite curious to see what their approach is going to be moving into the second phase is going to be a team like NextX, right? We've had quite a few instances where you could really see that NextX was trying to play a strong strategy. I mean, the plan is there, the initiation is there, but then when it comes to the follow-through, it proves to be a little bit more challenging. So I sincerely hope that they are going to be doing a lot of the VOD reviews, getting themselves prepped and ready to roll as we return on Friday with the next phase, right? Phase 2. That means that we are almost at the halfway point, because once we hit day 3 of phase 2, that is exactly the midway mark before we get over in towards those finals. We've had also very strong representation come through from the players of IKURD-E-SPORTS, which is a new name. Might not be a new team, but definitely a new name. Maybe a little bit of a shuffle that we had in there as well. W7 also a very surprising team based on what they've been doing so far. Closing themselves off with what we saw, the 91 points. Definitely good to have that happen. Again, also a lot of opportunities where they've been proving to be quite a bit of a nuisance. They also were able to secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. So definitely the capability is there, but we want to see that evolve, right? We want to see the teams really hone their skills moving forward. But of course, also then a team like Brute Force, it's very surprising to see Brute Force sat where they are in the league stage. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. Maybe they've been trying out something that's not really been working out all too great for them. Hope to see them come much stronger back towards that stage too. Now, speaking about Livik, we are getting ready to roll, as I can see the players out on the map. So that means it is almost go time. So if you want to drop your prediction for flight path, you want to drop your prediction for zone, now would be the time to do it. Do you think we are going to be looking at a hop drop coming into Midstein? Is that going to be a play? Maybe towards power plant? Where do you think we are going to be seeing a lot of the aggression? Maybe even up towards Blomster, right? So many different points of interest that we could see that zone going. But of course, be sure to let me know in the chat. What do you think the outcome of this one is going to be? Well, we are about to hop into the plane, so get your popcorn ready. But hold on tight, right? Just don't spill your popcorn because, yes, it's going to be quite a mess. In the meanwhile, we do have the flight path starting up at stable, heading down towards the dry dock. But again, flight path on this map being so small, being so tiny, not necessarily going to be anything of any major concern to our teams. Instead, we are going to be looking onto the zone as we do have the ONYX Ravens and Vision heading over rather on towards that northeastern side. We've got the players there from GANGSTERS heading towards the northwestern edge. So NIGMA taking possession of Blomster. FALCONS with a bit of a spread. Midstein is going to go to the side of R8 with Twisted and GEEKAY. Ooh. Holding up on the eastern edge. Slime Machine sneaking up into the logistics center. With KR up towards Aqueduct. Kind of whatever's position there up in power plant as well. Quest just a little bit further up north from that. But I mean, you can see all of this on the map, right? Let's see now what the teams are going to be doing as we are waiting in anticipation for the zone. But where will it take us? That is going to be the big question. We have a little bit of Vikendi up there for the ONYX Ravens and Vision. As you can see them out, just making their way on through. Doesn't seem like the zone wants to reveal itself, so we will be moving on once I see it be revealed. Hopefully they'll show it on screen as well. But then we'll have a good idea as to what these teams will have to work with. Meanwhile, we are going to be looking on at Twisted, GEEKAY, and R8. Could be a bit of excitement about to come through, so drop your predictions. Apparently, NIGMA are going to look to go for the hat-trick. Zord is going to be pulling over to that eastern side. So GEEKAY, R8, and Twisted smack dab center. They're going to have to move a muscle. Well, they're going to have to move their hand muscles, obviously. Because, I mean, otherwise, you know, how are they going to do anything at this point? But aside from that, no major rotations needing to come through. I think it's going to be an interesting position, especially now for R8 up in towards Midstein. They might get contested for that. They might get pushed a little bit. But who knows? Keith now just rubbing their belly in the dirt. Getting a few grass stains on it as well. Ooh, and that grass stain results in a hit onto Demi. Maybe you could see a little bit of something happening on towards Crypto. Shout out coming through here for FALCONS and Twisted. GEEKAY with the first blood. At the expense of Twisted. Tough prediction. Yes, I agree. I mean, this could go either which way. I mean, it's interesting to look at all the different drop locations that the teams are going for here. I mean, Slime Machine also taking that 2-2 split towards the southern edge. Working their way through the cathedral here. The rest of the crew over on the southern part. It's good to know, at least looking at their current drop locations, if I was to drop here, I would be safe. Not for long, but I would be safe. You know? But here we go. Slime Machine now getting ready to just advance themselves a little bit closer towards center. Meanwhile, Quest, now they've run into a little bit of trouble. As Kante has been spotted. Down they go. Al-Hajj, Mon and Easy looking to push through as well. I mean, Twist might have had a little bit of a tough run, but they still made it up into the top 12. In fact, they made it up into the top 10. So there's not much that you can fault them on. I mean, they are right here on Livik, right? So that does amount to quite a bit of something. The only way from here is upwards and onwards. You can see Team Falcon now coming under a little bit of fire. R8 starting to make a little bit of noise. A good vantage point being held here by Ragnarok. One of our aggressors getting quite a bit of damage. In fact, almost a bucket and a half full of damage. Meanwhile, the predictions coming through. NIGMA and GEEKAY. Those are going to be the calls. Let's see how true that is going to hold. I would also maybe put a little bit of something on R8. Not only because they are positioned up in Midstein, but they are our second most aggressive team on a map of Sanhok. And I mean, this is probably as close to Sanhok as we're going to get without it being Sanhok. That is, I think, the map with the most relevant statistics to this one that we are looking at right now. But again, it's a very difficult conclusion to draw at this point because Livik is a different beast. Speaking of beasts though, KR are going to be big chillin'. All the way down towards the southwestern side. Not going to be wondering too or stressing too much about rotating up. Speaking about rotations, it is going to be the GANGSTERS making their play, coming through that northeastern side. And also just squeezing their way on through. Fortunately, they were able to capitalize on the placement points. Picking up 39. Putting them just ahead. And of course, that winner chicken dinner also working out in their favor. So that is what got them up into 12th place. But now, here we go. Quest coming under fire as RTG looks to make a little bit of noise. Again, not an overly aggressive assault coming through, but Quest now just looking to alleviate a little bit of that pressure as they are looking to get Al-Hajj fully patched up with regards to the lovely health bar. We got the GANGSTERS now as close to Vikendi as we can get. Enjoying a little bit of snow off in the distance. Al-Hajj looking to repay a little bit of the efforts that RTG has been applying towards them. But again, not an overly aggressive play, right? So it is going to come down to the following phases, the following stages, to really see the teams hunker down on the aggression. Ooh, but a nice shift coming through. R8 now having quite a bit of a position to play from Midstein. Twisted also with a nice little bit of a quiet angle there. Sly still holding on to that old plaza position. But now with Quest starting to rotate up, that could maybe put Fashe in a bit of a position You can see Quest now just rolling on in. Unfortunately, that monster truck being so big makes it a very easy target to hit. Down goes Mon, Alhaji and Easy. Trying to roll on through, but the vehicle goes up in flames, and that is it. Quest, the first team down. Not a single point. NIGMA now going to be looking to jump at a bit of an opportunity here as well. They got Falcons held up just down the hill. Twisted. Nice and secluded position. Sly holding just over towards their west. GEEKAY to the north. But GEEKAY very emboldened, actually taking a 2-2 split. So we got Santa and Hope on the one side. Close towards center zone. A very interesting decision to make at this point. We got Gaith, and of course their teammate on the opposite end. All the way over towards Eastport. And that is also then where we have the gangsters now moving through. Talk about a potential upset that could be finding its way in. Twisted now experiencing a little bit of that as Sly Machine just reminds them that this is Livik. You have to be watchful, and with that the spray comes through as AZ gets traded. Knock is in. Oh, there we go. So Twisted now down to, well, only 2. The scrim finds a quick play. Getting the hit up onto Santa. Meanwhile, Crypto and Evo Station not looking to relinquish the compound just yet. They want to see where the next shift is going to be taking them. As you can see, of course, we've got a few more seconds left until we will be delivered into the next stage. The blue zone creeping in. KR yet to move on forward. On the edge of the reeds here. Maybe a bit of an opportunity towards the old plaza. Oh, there we go. Yep. Playing it out, pushing in. Saka gets that nade at the ready. Ali goes down. Hassan are trying to breach. They push on forward, but they will get traded. Down they go. KR now in a world of trouble. Besiktas trying to jump over a bit of spray here as the blue zone comes trickling on forward. Besiktas so close to getting punched out, but Attacker instead does fall as the blue zone gets the upper hand, and there we go. It is going to be the side of KR having to settle for 11th. Also not a single point up. 10 teams remain. That is all we have. R8 now having to reposition as the Midstein is not center zone anymore. Still have a slight bit of compounds to use. Pros are looking for a bit of an upgrade on the loot there as well. RTG, now the most distant team, could be opting for a bit of a push towards that southern edge. Maybe taking them up into Fishkahus. Into the fish house. But will they be swimming with the fishes, or will they be raking them in? We don't know. We'll have to find out. NIGMA also now going for a little bit of a Vikendi play as they venture further up north. Very interesting rotation, though. Maybe opting for a bit of the more secluded approach to take here. But, of course, as they now discover, we do have the ONYX Ravens right here. Oh, but there we go. Late with a beautiful hit up on towards Raouf. Now it is up to Lord Freak and Coops. Not quite sure where they're going to be looking to push this one towards, but the ONYX Ravens already feeling super confident. They've had a phenomenal day so far. But here we have it now, 13. Oh, trying to step up, but unfortunately, quick response then coming through from the side of Rio. Slime Machine trying to make the most as they're pushing further out from zone. This doesn't make sense, heading in the direction of RTG instead of falling back. I mean, I can understand that they are trying to line up more eliminations. They already have 6. But at what expense? They've already lost 13. You see GEEKAY also not just letting it loose as they are finding a few more hits onto the side of the ONYX Ravens. With that, the ONYX Ravens now run out of time. Essentially down to R. It's going to be a very, very road forward for them. R8, meanwhile, will get their ticket punched. 10th place and not a single point. RTG trying to defend. Slime Machine, though, not having a bad run. But the rotation doesn't make sense as they've now pushed out. Extended all the way into the blue, essentially. And now it's going to be Kalaga and Groza that can actually get the upper hand. Rotating forward. Steezy now going to be taking all the pressure onto their shoulders as Fashe is trying to get out. Yeah, a big oops being made here by Sly. I mean, sure, 8 eliminations is great. Losing your entire team to the blue zone? Yeah, I don't really get it. NIGMA, though, unfortunately, only going to be picking up that 1 elimination. Slime Machine are starting to pay the price as they have been reduced down to only Steezy. GEEKAY, though, looking very confident on the edge. Still holding on to a 2-2 split. They got Hope and Santa over on towards this western side. You can see Gaith and Ragnar all the way up north. Vision also not going to be looking to push up. But where is it going to go towards though, right? Not a lot of rotational options remain. Center zone being wide open. The Slime Machine having a big majority of their strategy now just being thrown out of the window. Left with only 1 single player. Oh, but there we go, Groza. Oh, down they go. Hope is down. Santa not trying to pick it up. Slowly, GEEKAY getting dismembered on both ends. You see Ragnar is down. Gaith trying to push forward. Kalaga will fall to the blue. The same happens with Gaith. And now Santa trying to see if they can survive. His Hope is about to bleed out. But this blue zone on Livik is not kind. It is an absolute beast. Falcon are going to be trying to make a play here. Pushing forward. But Vision looking to capitalize. Already sitting on those 6 eliminations. Santa trying to make a last-ditch effort here, looking to see if they can maybe find Damar, but the shots come in, and that is the end. GEEKAY out with 6 elims. Down to the final 3 teams. It is Twisted, Gangsters, and Vision. Vision having Zone Blessed. Having the advantage. The numbers. Gangsters now bringing themselves back up to a full squad again, ensuring everyone's on their feet. Twisted now with only a 2-piece remaining. Eva Station already taking quite a bit of damage. Gonna be a pretty tough play now for Crypto. Hey buddy, also getting dealt. Slice of that lead ply. Lead pie. There we go. I was going to say, buddy, come on. Are they going to be able to get that foothold? The blue zone is going to be forcing their hand, just eating away. Twisted getting taken on down. Gangsters now starting to drop like flies. The blue is not kind, and it all turns down to A, buddy. But down they go. The sprays are in, and it is Vision securing the victory. A phenomenal, phenomenal finish. Doing so with a glorious 13 eliminations. Going absolutely insane in this past match. What a performance, what a play. And of course, what a great way to add to the tally, right? Securing themselves a few more additional points. And of course, now just looking to strengthen their overall positioning with regards to that leaderboard. But of course, as we know, we need to take a look and see what the teams were able to secure. Of course, there was a few of them that didn't necessarily get exactly all the points that they were looking for. I mean, again, Slime Machine, I don't understand really why they decided to go away from zone and then back. Right? I don't get it. I don't see the point in that, but you know, points, I guess that's probably what they were going to go and try and play for. But it is what it is at the end of the day. Teams still trying the best that they possibly could, trying to make the most out of the strategies. Of course, now we'll have to take a look and see what the overall standings look like. But first up, we have to take a look at the match rankings to see where the teams kind of ended up and what they were able to milk out of this last little action here that we had coming through on the map of Livik itself. But yeah, here we go. It is time for that exactly now. As you can see, Vision picking up beautiful 23 points, 13 eliminations coming their way. Slime Machine, even with 8, only managing 1 placement point. See, if they had gone the other way, they might have had more. Who knows? But of course, we do have 3 teams that got sent back empty-handed. It was going to be R8, KR, and Quest taking a stop at the donut shop. See, so I understand from Sly pushing out, looking to get aggressive onto its RTG, but I mean, I felt like that was just a bit of an overextension, right? Venturing so far away from zone, and inevitably they paid the ultimate price for it, but well done to the sprays that continue to just rain on down. Crypto trying their best, but unfortunately Walsh had other plans, and great capitalization coming through here from Vision. Just narrowly managing to land that final hit to close it off and secure the elimination. So a very, very good play from the side there of Vision. But of course, now that was the match rankings. We need to take a look and see exactly where the teams ended up with regards to their overall rankings. But of course, before we get into that, we also then going to be taking a look at, well, to see what who brought in what with regards to eliminations, damage, of course, those long-range hits. That could be a potential thing that we are going to be looking at, as well as just reminding you as to who got all our winner chicken dinners of the day. Now, speaking of chicken dinners, here we go. Right, so the first one went over to GEEKAY, followed by the third map. So both of those coming through on Miramar. Of course, ONYX Ravens getting their chicken dinner on the lovely map of Erangel. But then NIGMA getting back-to-back chickens. Showing that dominance coming through with Sanhok and Erangel, as well as Vision then locking in the last one. Only receiving 200 damage, but of course that fat chicken coming through for ONYX Ravens. 22 eliminations, almost hitting 3,000 damage. We did see 3,000 damage going through yesterday, but there was not 22 eliminations getting converted out of that. In fact, if I remember correctly, it was 18. So, you know, valiant efforts though. Very, very impressive performance that we've had across the board. I mean, this phase very satisfying with the amount of PUBG action that we've had come through. But of course, as we know, that's only the first phase, only the first 5 days. Now, we still have 2 more phases, essentially 10 more days to go before we wrap up the league stage. And then we get to see who will be making it all the way through in towards the finals. But now, having all these things happen here, of course, we are going to be taking a look at those overall leaderboards to see kind of where the teams find themselves with regards to points. Of course, we know bonus points also going to be a thing. It's going to be dealt out here. So curious to see exactly where the teams find themselves in that regard. But of course, also, we are going to be taking a look at our MVP, right? So who do you think is going to be our MVP? I was talking about 5 players earlier. Do you think it's going to be either one of those? Maybe there could be a few newcomers. Who knows? I don't think we are going to be seeing a drastic enough change come through in one single match the size of Livik to really upset that. But who knows? Of course, give me your predictions in the chat. Let me know what your thoughts are as to who the MVP of the day could be. In the meanwhile, we'll be taking a look at what else is going to be thrown our way as we are going to be hopping into a bit of an interview. Right, so let's take a look at that, and I'll keep quiet.
يميت اهلا وسهلا فيك.
اهلا فيك ليجند.
يميت اهلا وسهلا فيك. حتى انت ما شاء الله بالحقيقه هذه بلعبك هذه وبالحقيقه هذه ما شاء الله عليك. سلام، نبدا معك بالكلام. دخولك وانتدابك باول بطوله مع فريق فالكون واضح مدى التاثير الايجابي. اي نعم في تخبط بالمستوى ولكن افضل من النسخه السابقه كانت للفريق. شو الاضافات اللي انت لاحظتها اضافت للفريق؟ هل هي كانت عوامل نفسيه اكثر او كان محتاج الفريق عوامل فنيه الى الان؟
أنا بشوف صراحة إنه عوامل نفسية يعني بعد التخبط اللي صار معهم بآخر سيزون يعني فأثر عليهم وعلى مستواهم، فكانت مثل دفعة معنوية يعني لما دخلت معهم تجددت الروح بالفريق، دماء الفريق تجددت يعني، وتقريبا هذا هو أنا بشوف العامل السبب.
حلو. طيب معنا كودي وماو طبعا يعني ما يغرك قديش اني كيوت بس انت بتعرف
احنا هدينا معاه. يعطيك العافيه، حياك الله، اكيد
تفضل يا
سلام،
مو.
ونتمنى لك التوفيق في انتقالتك الجديده ومبارك لك الجديد. يعني نقله جميله من فريق اكيد ولا قصورا بالفريق الاونكس، لكن الفالكون يلعب على مستوى تنافسي اعلى. كاي جي ال اليوم اختلفت الامور، انت اليوم كنت تلعب باسلوبك انت اللي حطيته مع فريق الاونكس، اليوم انت دخلت مع الفالكون باسلوبهم بطريقتهم في محطات نزولهم. شلون شايف التغييرات عليك وليه قدام؟ اكيد لا زالت في امور قيد التحسين، قيد التطوير، توعدنا في الافضل في القادم القريب مع تاقلمك اكثر مع استراتيجيات الفالكون.
أكيد يعني في صعوبات كبيرة يعني بحيث تغير علي أسلوب اللعب كامل يعني. كنت باني أسلوب لعب أنا مع فريقي وانتقلت لمرحلة تانية بمختلف أسلوب اللعب، النزلات مثل ما أنت حكيت، بس يعني وفي أغلاط أكيد يعني، في مشاكل بالسينرجي بالإنفو بالكوميونيكيشن بالفريق، بس عم نحاول نعالجها كلها وإن شاء الله بنظهر بصورة أفضل بالأسبوع الثاني والثالث والفاينل
باذن الله.
تفضل يا كودي.
السلام. يمكن اليوم اثرت عليكم شوي لحظه انه او اكس ار اخذ مكانكم، وشفتوا او اكس ار ما شاء الله 22 اقصاء. ايش انت بتتوقع ممكن تكون يعني الحلول السريعه لهيك مواقف عند اللاعبين؟ يعني مثلا انت داخل على مباراه بعدها، كيف ممكن تحل هيك ازمه مثلا، او تحس انه في شيء اثر على اللاعبين وتحاول تعزله عنهم؟
أنا بشوف هذا الدور يعني ممكن ياخذه الاي جي ال اللي هو يعتبر ليدر الفريق دائما، يعني باغلب الاحيان بيكون الليدر الفريق هو الاي جي ال، فهي وظيفته يعني يضبط النفس، يضبط الفريق بعد اي مشكله صارت، ان كان خلل يعني ادى لخساره جيم او لاي سبب إن كان، فيحاول يعالج هاي الامور باسرع وقت مشان ما تاثر على باقي المباريات ويكون في ضرر على اليوم كامل يعني مو بس جيم واحد.
صحيح.
ممتاز. سلام، ان شاء الله تكون هاي البطوله سلام لكم، بردا وسلاما، يكون وجهك وجه الخير لفريقك، ولسه المشوار طويل وانتم اصحاب النفس الطويل واصحاب الخبرات. شكرا لك يا سلام، وكل التوفيق لك ولفريقك ولبقيه الفرق اللي مشاركه معنا. شرفتنا ونورتنا باستديوهات البي ام بي ال. ما هو كان مستعجل بالكلام معك يا كان بالكلام مع سلام. شكرا سلام، ما شاء الله. خليك قاعد معنا سلام. ثانك يو سلام. ثانك يو سلام. خليك هلا الاخراج.
Alright, so there we go. Nice bit of an interview coming through there as well. So always very exciting to listen to, you know, everything that they have to say. Not that I understand a single word. I know shukran because that means thank you. And that's about the extent of my Arabic, right? I know, it's amazing. It is amazing. But it's always good to see them really, you know, taking the time to have a chat with the players. We are seeing quite a few interesting things. And of course, speaking about interesting things, here we go. Santa is going to be our MVP. There we go, 25-27 damage being dealt, 15 eliminations coming through. A quick look at how Santa got able to bag that, well, all those goodies, right? Patrick saying... You're welcome, Patrick. I mean, so the only reason for that is because I'm solo casting, and also there's a very, very small delay. Right, almost no delay, like 15 seconds or something, right? That is why I'm able to do what I'm doing. But I appreciate you being here nonetheless. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure the teams also appreciate all the support that they are receiving in the chat as well. Speaking about support, here we go. Let's support the leaderboard, as it is going to be a 224-pointer coming through for the side of GEEKAY. Absolutely runaway play. I mean, they secured themselves 68 points today. NIGMA also ensuring 57 points for the day, resulting in a grand total of 182 for them on the board. The Falcons walking away with 150 points. I mean, today was an interesting day for the Falcons. 28 points. Again, not the craziest tally, but still a decent tally nonetheless. Of course, if we look a little bit further down, we do close off 16th position with a 91 pointer, 100 points being shared by ARB and NASR. Well, that's what we saw, of course, heading into match number 5. And next, well, let's hope that they are going to be the next team to step up and surprise us with an amazing performance. Of course, that is potentially what we are looking forward to see move through into phase number 2. So with that, of course, phase 5, phase 1, day 5. There we go. Probably get the right numbers, right? It's now pretty much concluded. We've played all 6 matches. We've seen what these teams have been doing so far. Of course, now we've also taken a look at the leaderboard. So the leaderboard from here is going to change up, right? So the one that you just saw is going to be the overall big leaderboard. I don't know if we're going to be taking a big look at that as we move through into the next phase. But of course, moving into phase number 2, we are going to be shuffling up the groups. The map rotations will remain exactly the same, proceeding through the different days. So day 1 is going to be what you saw on the previous day 1. It's just going to be different teams stepping out onto the battlefield. So there is going to be a little bit of a shift come through with regards to that. But the reason for that is to keep the excitement, right? To keep the teams guessing so that they can't necessarily get too accustomed as to what the drop locations on the respective maps are going to be. So yes, phase 2 starting on Friday is going to be a big reshuffle with regards to the teams. So that is going to be something that we'll be taking a look at once we return with day number 1 for that. But of course, aside from that, it's going to be another opportunity for the teams to continue to push through and try and rake in more points. So first phase, done and dusted, 224 points coming through from the top insane team that we had. But now we get to see what is going to be the momentum moving forward into phase number 2, right? Will we have teams sitting potentially in that middle of the leaderboard looking to contest, look to push up as best they can? Could we potentially see the teams on the lower end of the leaderboard look to fix everything that they need to fix? I mean, expecting that especially to come through from a team like Brute Force, because what are they doing in 19th place? It doesn't make sense. Right, we want to see them really look to apply as much of that spring season flavor into the fall. Maybe it's the change of the weather. Who knows, right? Could be anything. But of course, we want to see a return come through from Brute Force. And I want to see NextX really step it up. On that one, of course, I believe we are essentially going to be wrapping it up pretty soon. I'll try and extend my goodbye as best I can. It is going to be a tough one, though, nonetheless. But either which way, if you've spent the entire day here, if you spent the previous 4 days as well with me, I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for sticking around. Of course, as I mentioned, we'll be back on Friday, same time, same place, even more PUBG Mobile action. And I'm not going to do the rest just yet because I want to see what they are going to be doing on the rest of the broadcast. But if you've got any other questions with regards to what we've been looking at so far, of course, always game related, be sure to pop them in chat real quick fast. Otherwise, we are going to run out of time. So I still have a little bit of something additional to talk about. Also, though, I want to see Falcons. I want to see Falcons get a winner a chicken dinner. Right? They finished up in 3rd place with 150 points. And not a single chicken dinner in sight. Right? The only other team that is also in the leaderboard, the closest team to them that hasn't been able to secure chicken dinner is IKURD-E-SPORTS. But they are all the way down in 12th place. So what gives, right? Falcons, amazing, phenomenal consistency, 99 eliminations, 51 placement points, and no chickens. But, well, on that note, I'm going to drop the chicken before the egg hatches. So, until the next one, until Friday, remember just to stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all later. Bye for now.
selector.